Applause. Councillors, we'll get going straight away. We're going to keep going like we mean to continue. Firstly, excuse me, I have apologies here. Councillors Thompson and Naidu Ralph for partial absence. I know Sarah has to leave and then come back, hopefully. Is that your situation too, Kesh? Thank you. I'll put in apologies for Mayor Paula because I know she was here even before I was at 8:30. She's got meetings on, but she will be here. Are there any other apologies? If not, I'll move those be received. Seconded by Ryan. Those in favour, against, carried. Confirmation of the agenda. I've had no proposed changes to the order that's listed here on the run sheet in front of you. Only in number 10 that Blair will give the report rather than Stafford, who is taking a holiday. Good on him. So with that in mind, I'll move the agenda be approved. Seconded by Ryan. Those in favour, against, that's carried. Thanks. Are there any declarations of interest on any subject? If not, we'll move past that. Going on to the public forum, and we have one member of the public forum, and that's Angela Graves, who's going to be speaking on the Peacock program, item 8. So, Angela, I presume you've been told about the approximately 3 minutes, so we're not going to be totally hard and fast on it.
No problem there, thank you.
And if you want to leave time for questions, that'll be great.
Yes, I'll try and do that.
So the floor is yours, thanks.
Thank you. So I'm actually Andrea Graves, not Angela, but common mistake, no problem there.
Yeah, we've got so many Angelas here, we think they're all like that. Sorry.
That's right. So I live in Riverlea, and I was involved with the Riverlea Environment Society's submission to the Amberfield hearings. But I speak today on my own behalf about what the revised Peacock structure plan might look like. At the moment, Amberfield looks much like another Rototuna, and that's probably what we all automatically think of when we think about suburbia. But I've learnt recently of subdivisions overseas that look very different, and they include swathes of green space, often forests, and here in New Zealand we have some of the most beautiful forests in the world, and we also have knowledge of how to restore them where they've been lost. Urban forests would hugely benefit the quality of life for people and for the bats and birds and everything else that belongs in them. And forests reduce the pumped up level of carbon dioxide that we have in our atmosphere these days. But we do also need to house people. And in these overseas places, the housing is much denser than we're used to, but it's so cleverly tucked in around the green spaces that these are lovely places to live, and people really want to live in them. And what's more, these places are designed to be accessible by vehicles, but they're not friendly to vehicles. Instead, they're designed to efficiently shift people on foot and on bikes, and to get them to public transport hubs. And this saves the wear on roads, it saves the expense of roads, and it reduces the need to own a car. It saves vehicle emissions, and it makes people healthier. So I've got just one little example to show you. Sure. There's so many different examples I could be showing. This is from a place called Wollbahn in Germany. Just one little, it's the road layout. It's not a traditional grid, as you'll see. So it's got the red collector roads around the outside, which are normal vehicle roads. It has the yellow local streets, which are narrow streets that are there so that vehicles can access buildings if needed. But the main way to get around is this grid, this hooked up network of pedestrian and cycle paths that just are for people walking or cycling, and from there you can get pretty much anywhere. There's other examples I could give. There's things called pocket neighbourhoods. There's 20-minute neighbourhoods. There's regen villages, which they're saying are like the Tesla of eco-villages. And there's people in Stanford and Silicon Valley entrepreneurs working on this design. The first one's about to be built in the Netherlands. So I better stop. But if they can do it in Northern Europe, I don't see why we can't do it here. I'm sure we can, and I think Hamilton can show the rest of New Zealand how it can be done.
Thanks, Andrea. Got time for a couple of questions. I'll just see what we've got on the list here. No, any? No one? Are there any questions, or where the comments can come, because we are discussing the issue of the, I know it's going to come up in the Peacock update about possible future structure plan update. Certainly, Councillor Gallagher.
Through the chair, any links?
Sorry, speak into the microphone, because don't forget all that side has to hear as well.
Yes, I'm
including me.
usually softly spoken. I know that's a disability.
Yes, we've noticed.
But, any links you can give us? Any sort of good articles that would be really useful.
I've actually put something together, so I'll certainly do that.
Thank you very much.
And we can circulate that if you go through the governance, people will circulate to us.
No problem.
Electronically, not by paper, hope.
That's the way I do things too. So.
Fantastic.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks a lot, Andrea. Appreciate that. Okay, councillors, as I said, we'll item 8, that issue will no doubt come up. So we're moving on now to the Chair's report. The actual report itself is on page 7. I'm not going to speak to that except on the process. What I did about halfway through the last council and the similar committee I was chairing was basically said all the reports that are for information and noting, you need to read them beforehand, and if you have questions for clarification and stuff, do that, go straight to the GM or the concerned or the author, ask them questions. Don't ask huge questions for clarification here because they're not for decision. If you do want to discuss the process or change direction on something, no problems with that, but not just the questions that you can ask out of the meeting time. So that's how we're going to try and follow it this time. It's worked reasonably well last time. Certainly people got away a bit earlier after we started doing that.
So, Chair, I take it that you won't prohibit questions?
I'm not going to prohibit them, no, but it's a guideline. And
look, I understand where you're coming from,
yeah.
but also bear in mind that this week you've had 3 major meetings and quite a bit of reading to do within the time frame that we receive these reports, and sometimes it's not possible to caucus with staff on all of the issues where we might have some questions.
Totally appreciate that, Rob, and I was also thinking during your committee a couple of days ago how wide-ranging the discussion got, the so-called questions.
I'm sure you'll rein them in today. And
yeah, that's right. Jeff. Sorry, I'm open to questions on that or any other part of my report.
Thanks, Dave. Look, I just have a couple of comments I want to make about one item in there, the funding mechanisms, part of your Chair's report. I note that it comes up in a later report as well. Is this an appropriate time to make those comments? Or
just ask the question, and we'll see whether we want to go any further at this part or defer it. Yeah. Okay. So you ask the question now.
Well, I just did, didn't I?
So, no, but what was the issue to do with the funding?
I just want to make some comments about basically in support of the imperative of getting this mechanism, well, looking at this mechanism probably earlier than the LTP, really.
Okay. Well, look, I'll take that as a comment in support of the Chair's report.
Yeah.
But let's have a more substantive discussion on how we're going to do that.
Okay.
When the issue comes up.
Okay.
Sure. Sorry, who's next? Martin, thank you.
Yeah, obviously I'm waiting for the transit representative to join us, but I'm wondering...
It's called Kotahi now. It's changed name at least 3 times
Right,
since you were...
the Kotahi representative, I'm looking forward to that person joining us soon. But I'm wondering, probably the questions I have, I think, are going to be in the GM's report, because I have a series of questions around some issues of infrastructure spending and, the recent government's announcement. Also, I just want to checklist where elected members are sitting in terms of some of these key groups, and I think that'll be in the GM's report. Would I be right?
Look, some of that stuff will be in the GM's report and some in some of the specific reports that follow that, including the submissions.
Yeah.
So freely ask that, I suggest, under those areas. I guess I've been making the general point that elected members need to be involved, but in these discussions at an early stage. But specifically, you can raise it on different items.
I will, because I just want to, I think we've had this relates to Bunty's committee and Kesh's committee. We've had this wellbeing event on Friday, which we just got but all I'm example, and it's a trigger to me to make sure that we're in on the ground on all the key things. So I'll pursue that in your GM.
Sure, certainly take that point. Maxine, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to make a comment about and a vote of thanks to you for setting up some pre-meetings prior to these discussions and deliberations today. It certainly, as someone new to council, it helps me to be able to get my thinking in order and that level of understanding. I did note, though, that there were some absences of other councillors, and so, you know, it concerns me that if we're going to restrict our discussion and questions, that you know, we all take up the opportunity in order to be able to do that. There's also a few gaps and a few new things that have come up as well. So would want the opportunity for discussion around that also. But certainly a thanks to you for insisting on that pre-work. Kia ora.
Thanks for that point, but you're right, there are gaps, but also when there aren't a significant number of councillors able to get to them, we are asking general managers to convene one-on-one or offer one-on-one sessions to follow it up. And I've seen that done a couple of times, them being, I don't know whether they're being taken up by people, but we're trying to get all the preliminary thinking and discussion out before we get to the formal committee meeting. These are not great places to have free-ranging discussions, these committee meetings, so let's try and do it as widely as possible before we ever get here, so that people are fully informed when they have to make a decision. Mayor Paula, thanks.
Just actually in support of Councillor Van Oosten's comments, because I agree. You know, the last thing you want is to have not read anything and ask all your questions on a day of a meeting as they pop into your mind. But at the same time, the cross-fertilisation of ideas is really important to me. So I like that there has been opportunity to meet. Obviously, I've got a very full schedule, so I haven't been able to get to all of the really good touchstones that you've created, Dave. And there is still a time to work with staff for all of council discussions. Workshops, call them what you will, because I do think that is a really nice opportunity, like we did yesterday with a couple of issues, to hear what everyone else's concerns are, and, you know, maybe get a fresh perspective through something that is shared that way. So, you know, it's finding that fine balance, but I agree with you, we need to find the time outside of meetings too to have a really good delve in, and the message is clear to staff. Rather than providing 6 updates in a day, sometimes we need time to really delve into something specific and timely, in depth, and discuss as a group. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, I'll take this report now as read, and the discussion is having been had, mixed up with the questions, unless there's no one else on the list. So I'll move that the committee receives the report, seconded by Mark. Those in favour, against, that's carried. Now we're on to the GM's report, which starts on page 8. And we generally do this for the new councillors. We group them by GM, so we'll have all of one GM's first and then all of the next one. And Jen's first cab off the rank with the approach to infill, which is item 4. So how I want to just do this is we'll do a subject heading, one of the bold headings, check that there are any questions on that, if there's, or issues with that. If there's not, move on to the next one quickly. We're not going to have big, long debates on any of these. If there are issues identified during the discussion, we may have to park some for workshops or for bringing back to a more formal report. These are just for information, for getting us updated on things. That's the theory anyway. Jen? Sorry, Jeff. Yep.
So if we do have a comment we want to make, for example, about approach to infill, do we do it at this point or at the end of the...
No, do it at the subject by subject, I think, is better. Look, there's only 4 subjects, 5 subjects listed in here with the bold headings.
Just point of clarity, is that for the discussion or want to say something in debate. When you move the recommendation, Jeff may want to formally...
There may be some more then, yes, but I'm trying to at least get the issues out in the open with when
I
we go
understand
through the
that,
subject.
but, you know, if a political statement wants, if councillors want to reflect a political statement, then in the debate, they can make a commentary on any item within the report. Is that, yeah?
Absolutely. There'll be a catch-all motion at the end, which if we want to say add a part B that it's we do something different on this particular subject, we can do that then and have a debate, a formal debate about that at that point as well. It's a bit like my report. Hope there'll be a few comments as well as questions, as long as they're not too long. And if there are issues, I'll certainly give council time to have a discussion about the issue. Hopefully there won't be too many and we'll be able to limit that, but not exclude it. So it'll be a bit of a sort of iterative process, might change and improve as time goes on too. So Jen's going to start on infill, approach to infill, which is paragraph 4 is where it starts.
Yeah, both of my points are just placeholders for the process that we will use to approach those two areas. So I'm just happy to take questions on that.
I've got one question to start with on that, and then I'll come to you, Martin, and that is some of these comments about infill or concerns about infill potentially lead to district plan, the need for district plan changes.
Yeah.
So what's the process for having that sort of discussion? You know, yes, this is an issue, we can't solve it under the current district plan, we may need a variation or whatever.
So we'll run through all of the different options in terms of the scale of change at that briefing on the 18th of March. Yeah. Because it will depend on the types of changes that you want to make. So there's also there's some minor changes coming through in the REAP plan change, the Regulatory Effectiveness and Efficiency Program plan change, that are essentially density or infill type changes. So there's that, and then there's the initial conversation we've had about making some potential tweaks off the basis of initial conversations. But we'll need to see, let's have that wide-ranging conversation on the 18th, but at that meeting, Luke will be leading that conversation and he'll be very clear about what the different processes are depending on the scale of the conversation on the day.
Okay, thanks. Martin, please.
Even the term infill has connotations of low quality versus good urban intensification. Would it, just as part of that workshop, and realise the substantive stuff is going to be the workshop, but I'm looking at the different tools, of which the district scheme is one, but obviously so is the AP and the LTP process and street renovation, you know, footpaths, all of that. Would it be your intention to perhaps identify some 2 or 3 key areas of high density settlement and do a bit of a walking wander around? Because I think it would be very easy to see stuff that is, in my humble view, hideous and stuff that is really good.
Is the intention on the 18th to have a walk around?
Well, at some stage, and why I say that, there's a saying that the picture's 1,000 words, you know, etc. And I think just for this council to walk around some of the, see even the kids playing in the driveways, just sniff the wind, so to speak, would be quite useful.
I mean, if that's something that people want to do, we can absolutely set that up. We did a little bit of that on the induction bus trip, in terms of having a look at some of the good and potentially challenged areas.
Well, as you know, I'm a keen walker and a cyclist, and what I want to do is to get all my colleagues to join me, particularly on the walking bit. And why I say that through the chair to you, what I want to make a constructive, I've said this before, but I personally think there's no substitute for a little bit of a getting out of the bus and doing a bit of a wander around, and I'm sure we can find some positive stuff of intensification, and then we can actually look at stuff that we do, and it's not just district plans too far away in terms of some of the retrofit stuff we could do.
Martin, can I suggest as a way to move that forward, Ryan and I meet regularly every fortnight with Jen. Let's work out how we can program that during one of those, if you don't mind noting. No problem. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor Paula, please.
a couple of issues of key interest to me around the infill, around the treatment of on-site water, stormwater and so on. Traffic, of course, traffic in terms of street-side parking and its effect on local neighbourhoods, and amenity. So will those three topics be covered in the workshops that you're talking of?
So the plan for the workshop is to tease out all of the issues that are important, that are of concern, and address all of those.
Okay, so I've
But-
just flagged. So I've just flagged
Yeah.
three. That
Yeah,
you
and-
will-
Helpful, thank you.
Paul has raised an important point, as has Martin really. If there are issues like that, you want to make sure get discussed on the 18th. Perhaps email Jen, and I'm happy to be copied in. So
Yeah, that would be useful.
We don't miss things that we can do a bit of work in advance. Sorry, Paul, you hadn't finished.
No, that's fine. I was just going to ask you how those are captured in
Yeah.
the workshop, because it's hard for staff to supply information retrospective to the questions. So
It's much better to have
Yeah.
it up front. Yep.
Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thanks very much. Let's move on to breadth of growth work, which is the second heading on the following page. Paragraph 5 starts. Jen?
Same again, just a placeholder in terms of anchoring the briefing that we had a few days ago to allow you to understand how all the different pieces fit together, but recognising that there is an enormous amount of work and conversation and stuff in this space coming your way over the next wee while. So we're really committed to getting you the information that you need and having the briefings that you need. But just referencing Councillor Dave's earlier comment, if there is extra stuff that you need, just feel free to give me a call.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much for that, Jen. Let's go on to, these are Blair's, the last three, I think. Yep. Starting with future-proof. And there's some subheadings under that, but maybe we'll do all of future-proof together, Blair and et cetera like that.
Morning, councillors. And I wonder, Councillor Dave, given there was a broad discussion at a briefing on the growth matters earlier this week, I'm just happy to take questions under those three topics.
Okay.
But certainly.
So we'll start with future-proof. We'll do them one by one as per your run sheet there, the headings in there. I did have one to start with, and it's maybe making a point about wider issue. In paragraph 14, you say 2 dedicated workshops in developing the concept of blue-green network for the metropolitan area. Would it be more correct to say 2 dedicated staff workshops?
That's
correct. Because it certainly didn't include elected members.
Yeah, we'll be more clear on that in the future. They have been technical workshops convened across the various stakeholder staff experts.
Because I've already had one councillor question me, said, have I missed a workshop because of that? And
no, you haven't.
if they did, then I did miss the same one.
Yeah.
Okay, the other question I had, sorry to get ahead of you, Matt, on the top of page 10, you're talking about ongoing discussion with KiwiRail and determining the feasibility of metro rail services. By that, do you mean the concept of where some people are calling it regional, the minister's calling it regional rail services, like the Te Awamutu and Huntly and Morrinsville, Cambridge to Hamilton connection sort of thing?
That's correct, yes. And in fact, in the just on page, under the mass transit report on page 12, there's a bit of a table that shows some different scenarios. That's the work that KiwiRail has been asked to do, both in the Waikato, but also in the Bay of Plenty with regards to the similar spatial plan partnership that's occurring in around the Tauranga area. So KiwiRail are doing that work at the present time. At a very high level, but it's certainly, I think, to respond, Councillor Dave, to that concept of how do we use the existing heavy rail network and potentially incorporate that into our future thinking.
Thanks. Look, I'll move on to the speaking list, or question list. Martin first.
Yes, just obviously coming back to the Hamilton Auckland Growth Plan, I'm wondering when is the right time, and I'm also noted an article on the Whangarei to Auckland, a W2A, and I'm obviously wanting to, first of all, first question would be, Mr Chair, when would be the forum to start talking about the H2T? our links to Tauranga, and it's probably not here, but I'm just
You're
looking
talking
at the
about
forum.
forum for elected
For a
members?
forum, if we're looking at a growth corridor and relevant corridors, then the other relevant corridor to us, I think, will be the corridor south to Tauranga and further south. And I'm wondering where we would have the forum to start to populate some of those ideas.
Great question, and it's so that we had coined the concept HAT pre-Christmas, which is Hamilton, Auckland, Tauranga, to capture the notion that we already have the Hamilton to Auckland corridor, and there's that Hamilton to Tauranga link you're referring to. So Mayor Paula and Mayor Tembi Powell have talked about that recently at a meeting, and there's going to be a small group of governance and officials convened between the Smart Growth Councils and the Future Proof Councils to have an initial discussion, and then I think that would more formally come through Future Proof as a discussion topic. Certainly, Martin, Councillor Gallagher, you'll note when we get to the transport items, I think we've already made references to things such as the Kaimai link and transport connections and improving consideration around freight and heavy truck movement through the bay, so we can pick that up when we get to transport. But it is an emerging conversation. I think it's a really valuable conversation.
So I think
Martin asked when will be the opportunity for elected members to have an early discussion in that area, because you're talking about a whole lot of work that's happened or going to happen, which doesn't have much elected member involvement in it, it seems.
Yes, so I think specifically, Councillor Gallagher, we can certainly pick that up in some of our, initially in our informal discussions that Chair Dave has referred to in the Chair's report.
So can I leave you, and obviously acknowledge the Mayor's really good reporting back from the UNISAR, which is totally consistent with this. Can I leave you and the Chair and Deputy just to perhaps have a further chat about how we as ordinary humble elected members can get involved in that?
Yes.
The second question, and I'm just wanting guidance from the Chair, there was a recent government infrastructure announcement where the Waikato Bay of Plenty, I think, was going to get $999 million. Obviously, that media statement, I'm a bit confused. I assume we'd get at least half of that. What was our proportion?
So the Waikato received approximately just under $60 million for the Pairiri.
How much?
60 million, approximately for
You
the Pairiri
heard correctly,
interchange.
Councillor
You
Gallagher.
mean 600?
No, 60.
Okay. So I was confused, but could you, when the NZTA people turn up, be good to talk to their comms department? I found that a fascinating bit of comms, if that's the case.
We do note your comments. Councillor Gallagher, I think the other interesting angle to this is the advocacy that the Waikato should be having with the government on the future opportunities, and I do note that there is $4 billion.
And that's my next bit, and absolutely being very praising of the government in terms of the H2A, the rail, the infrastructure, all of that. I get that, and the HIF loans and all that. So don't get me wrong, this is not always a glass half empty. I am concerned, however, there's reference to the so-called shovel-ready projects, and I think this is the right. Is this the right place, or should I ask it elsewhere?
Broad concept rather than talking about individual projects.
In broad concept. So basically what I'm looking for is an opportunity for us to get our heads right round the concept of two major projects, obviously from the city's point of view, Southern Links, regionally also the Cambridge to Pairiri extension of the expressway project. And it's just a matter of the forum where we can actually get our heads around where we're at with shovel-ready projects, because obviously is that the plans are completed or the land's to be purchased or there's even money to purchase.
So if we can
land.
avoid discussing these specific projects,
Sure.
how we're getting some into that category, I think is the strategic question.
No, so look, I think Councillor Gallagher, Chris Allen, General Manager, City Growth, and myself are talking about that. I've also been talking with Mayor Paul and Deputy Mayor Taylor on this very topic. So it is something that we're going to work up a strategy and very quickly engage with the right people, because we are conscious that the May 2020 budget is going to reveal some further details on the government's intentions around the $4 billion. And I think it's important that the Waikato, and in particular the metro area, has a strong voice with our colleagues in various agencies in Wellington around our story and our opportunities for shovel-ready or advancing projects to become shovel-ready.
And we know, sorry, just on timing, we know that for a budget coming out in May, we'll have to have stuff in front of the government in the next 3 or 4 weeks.
That's correct.
I mean, obviously, through the chair, he'll be in on those discussions with you, I get that, but the rest of us would just like that opportunity to get our heads around what are the key steps and what is the urgent advocacy that we do. Because while we've had some really good stuff, I'm happy to get in a bus and go to Tauranga and get them to teach me about how they do it, you know, because to me they've had a significant win this time round. And I'm wondering if we have an opportunity to have the NZTA reps, if they're not coming today, in those discussions. So I get it, you, Dave, the Mayor and Deputy Mayor, I get that, Ryan, the economic stuff, but it's just a matter of the rest of us so that we're all singing off the same song sheet.
Yes.
And for example, obviously there'll be a nuance in terms of whether we put emphasis on Southern Links priority, but in the end, let's get one of them, all right?
Chris just wants to say.
Yeah, I know Chris wants to talk about shovel-ready, and I'm also going to come back to the Mayor about what she knows about these
fine, thank
discussions.
you.
Yeah. But Chris, just on the shovel-ready aspect, you've got a shovel outside of the car, I heard.
So it's quickly just going to make 3 points in response to Councillor Gallagher, and the Chair's already said it. I think the first opportunity is in the submissions that you're looking at today. So in particular, there's a document there called Arataki, which is the NZTA's view looking into the future, and that is an opportunity right here and now to promote the projects that are important to you. The second point I was going to make was that we have a briefing on the 19th. I think this is a transport briefing, and I think that it is intended to focus on the transport improvement program, but it's an opportunity to discuss something that in a little bit more deeper detail, Councillor. And the third point is NZTA. It is absolutely our intent to invite the regional director to the next meeting with the lead of the chair.
If we can find one.
Yeah, so the current regional director, a guy called Ross Jansen, who's just been some information come out that he's left the seat earlier than anticipated. So the Auckland regional director is taking an interim role down here in the Waikato, a guy called Steve Mutton. I think he's got some involvement in the H2A corridor. He's a really good NZTA representative, and they're on, my understanding is they're about to start a recruitment process for a new regional director. So that's our key contact, and we'll, with the leave of the chair, invite Steve to the next meeting.
Thanks. Hey, I'm just going to jump Paula up the queue because she's had some small involvement in this area. So we better just hear from that in response to Martin's points. Paula, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr Chair. So what I heard was some comments around the future funding, which we'll talk about in a minute. The spatial plan, H2A and Future Proof as a woven product, which in fact, of course, they are very complementary products, and as UNISA as well. So it is my intention, and we have talked to staff, to find a interactive space time to delve into the detail of all of this. We are actually only in February and have only convened this month, so timing has been a problem. But now that we are all together, it's fair to say that we do want all elected members to understand, and our involvement in the Waikato plan to be re-enlivened, to put it that way. I think it's got a lot of good potential. It's a good product. There's a lot of years, in fact, of really good work gone into it. Our interplay with it has been not as strong as it could have been, and I want to improve that. So I can assure Council that all of those three things will come to Council in a way that you can come up to speed and share. Again, I believe in that whole being able to hear what everyone else thinks as well in the same space, and that's what we need to do with these, because these are fundamental underpinnings to the future work of Council. And some of the councillors who've been here a bit longer will know more about it than others, but let's all get on the same page about that. When I was in UNISA, what's the value of that? You know, those who've never been, it is just mayors and chief executives or a delegate, and is pitched at that level. But does it have value? Yes, it does, because, for example, the one topic that we did discuss in the last meeting, the first one of this term, was the implications of moving Ports of Auckland to Whangarei, to the Firth of Thames, what's going to happen with Tauranga. And that actually has a huge impact on us in the Waikato, because that is our conduit for export. It's the way our imports come in. It's connected to, it's the knee bone is connected to the thigh bone as far as transport connections go, and it will have a huge impact on the Waikato economy. And the conversations that I picked up with Mayor Tenby Powell were very good to re-enliven a Central North Island proposition, as well as thinking about our connection with Auckland. So I will always send the notes, but I will also endeavour to share with you the work plan and get you to be on the same journey as I am in terms of the key topics that are coming up. But it is a very high level group of individuals that meet together, but I will try and flush that information down the pipeline and have you input before I go to the UNISA meeting in any relevant decisions that I might engage in. In terms of the thanks, Martin. He said in the clean water part of the pipeline. I like the metaphor. In terms of the future infrastructure funding, I have to tell you, I used my voice firmly when the Minister Twyford was with us at UNISA around that. I asked him a question around, he actually recognised, by the way, I think I may have told you this, he recognised H2A as exemplary spatial planning. Those were the words he used. He also was aware of our Metro Spatial Plan and thought that was also a very good product in the development, and Future Work Plan, Future-Proof he was aware of. And so he mentioned those, so I said, well, Minister, given that you've recognised Hamilton's lead and ability in spatial planning, are we therefore in the right direction to maintain conversations with government through these mechanisms? He said, yes, we are. This is the way to talk to government about the future. So I then said, well, will that be linked to the funding? And the answer to that was, well, not necessarily. So so I said, well, I'll have further conversation with you, Minister, about that. And that's the point that we're at now. We didn't get what we rightly should have got in the Central North Island in the last round, but we need to be really clear and pull all together about what we want coming up. Otherwise, we may have to wait post the election to get any other traction, and that's unfortunate. So, so I hope that answers your three. Did that?
Yeah.
Answer?
Thanks.
Thank you.
And Councillor, just point out that I asked Paula to speak, not just a question, because she had information in response to the question and has been the one elected member that's had some involvement there. Now, I'm so sorry, Rob, you've been waiting for a while.
I think I've intensified my questions following.
You mean if we get in quicker, we can reduce them?
I've got two questions. Thank you, Chair. The first one is around, we've got in this report Metro Spatial, we've got H2A, we've got collaboration with Waipa and Waikato. After Councillor Martin's questions, we've got HAT and H2T. These are all big projects with multi-partners. Some are our like councils and others are outside of that. Some are enthusiastic and some are being dragged to the table. The question is, are we at risk of having too many separate silos full of reports and ideas and very little? And I think Mayor Paula's comments about how these projects that we agree on might get funded. Are we at risk of just these all being talk fests and not really producing deliverables which our community as well as the region actually ends up seeing? And if so, how can we ensure that it gets beyond that point? I'm sorry, it's a long-winded question.
That's a great question. We are very, very aware of the need to show real progress with these initiatives. The environment which we're operating in is highly complex with so many stakeholders who have a vested interest, but also so much change going on. So not only are we facing an environment of high growth, but there's also substantial change in the legislative and policy framework that we're working with. So I think Councillor Rob, in many ways, that is those two coming together creates that sheer, I guess, platform of risk and complexity you talked about. So those of us who are working closely are very aware of how do we cut through, how do we have valued conversations, and how do we make sure that we are making meaningful progress. Yeah,
and how do we get them actually delivered, you know?
I think, and look, to be fair, I think we are making really good progress. These are big things we're tackling. And I think you've cited a number of programs, and I won't delve into those specifically, but I do feel as though we are collectively operating in a far more sophisticated and valuable way than we have in the past. Many of the things we're working on have longer term outcomes and deliverables, but of course we also need to find those shorter term ones. And an example on the agenda soon is the infrastructure funding and financing, where although it's a longer term initiative, we've also got an eye for the here and now. And so you'll hear about that when we talk about that item. So likewise with the corridor on the Metro Spatial Plan, we've brought together the rail project and weave that into the longer term spatial thinking. So yes, we are looking for the here and now wins, but also the longer term game changing things that Mayor Paula referred to that really lay the foundation for a long term but great outcome for a high growth area.
Okay, thank you. I'm just a little bit worried about the group, you know, the whole mass getting bigger and bigger, and somehow we missed the boat. Second question is about the water project.
Can I just add to Councillor Rob? In many ways, a few years ago, we never had the level of attention from Wellington that we've had now.
Yeah, I understand.
And that was our biggest challenge.
Now I appreciate that. No, I appreciate that. We're a long way ahead. Yeah.
So we're well on this. Yeah. So we've changed the rhetoric. We've changed how we're perceived in Wellington, which is, I think, a huge step. I mean, many of these people never really thought about Hamilton. Now they're thinking actively about Hamilton and the Metro and the corridor. That's a game changer.
Yep.
To Councillor Dave's point, we now need to translate it into
outputs. Yeah. Thank you. And my second question is about the Waters project, and I note in the report phase 1 of the Three Waters project is nearing completion. And I know that we've planned, I think, from Wednesday's meeting or Tuesday's meeting, we've got a briefing coming up on the Three Waters project. Are there signals in that report that we should be, that Hamilton City Council should be considering significant funding options and investments that might morph into our long-term plan? And if so, should we be investigating these sooner rather than waiting for next year?
So the chair of the Water Policy Group, Andrew Parsons, may wish to answer that. But the simple answer is yes and yes, but I'll let Andrew.
Andrew, do you want to add to the yes and yes?
No, there's
we're all on board.
There will be some funding requirements and opportunities that we would like to bring through ahead of the 10-year plan process. The substantive part will be a 10-year plan process matter, but to take these opportunities, we will need to have a discussion around how we fund some of those opportunities as well.
So, sorry, an advanced discussion with council about what you're going to be working on?
Yes. So we're very keen to bring you on the journey with the Fuller family that's involved in this, because there's multiple councils with Waipa, Waikato Tainui, Hamilton City, and I just think there's a role for us in that, and just how we fund that role is a critical discussion we need to have.
That's the second part of my question. Is obviously I'm hopeful that there will be some collaboration outside of the council with the other parties, and is the feedback likely to be that they are likely to collaborate?
The collaboration is unprecedented in my opinion. So it's the strongest collaboration I've experienced to date on a project like this. But if I just focus on the financial aspect, the party that we're waiting for a funding response from at the present is central government. So where we've left this is pre-Christmas, we've applied for 50% equity share or Crown appropriation to assist with this study in its next phase. And so that's going through a process at the moment, and we're waiting for those decisions to come back.
Okay. And would we get an update on this in the, I think it's April, March or April, we've got a briefing session planned for the Three Waters. Is that?
Oh, yeah,
This will be an opportunity to update. Yep. Thank you, Chair.
I think just to add to the comment to Councillor Rob, the opportunities that are starting to present themselves are closely linked to some of the strategic opportunities from the previous CCO project, and they really do represent boundaryless planning and thinking in infrastructure sense. And I think in the context of long-term growth planning, in the context of our challenges around wet industry, in the context around the vision and strategy for the Waikato River, they're really quite exciting, and they speak to more centralisation and fewer treatment plants, which I think which will require investment, but also presents opportunities for new funding mechanisms and new parties to fund that. So those are all the exciting elements of this project, and I'm sure that, as you say, in March we can talk about that more.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you, Chair Dave. This question might be for you. It's just in regards to the Future Proof Committee meeting, when is the next one coming up? And can, in terms of these further, I guess, more informal workshops and things we'll have around the Metro Spatial Plan and things, will we be able to kind of feedback some wider feedback from elected members to our representatives to bring to those meetings?
I don't know the exact date, though I did see some appointments come through in the last day or two about that, but sorry, just before, I'll get you to... our councillors are entitled to attend to observe the future-proof meetings. I know Martin's done that on occasion. I think Jeff did too, and we'll send the agenda papers around. So in that sort of formal sense, but we need to make sure so that stuff's coming up to our workshops for discussion, maybe to guide what our delegates are saying there. And certainly some of that stuff has, and quite a lot of it's sort of things like the boundary issues and the Three Waters study and the mass transit plan are all been things we've been discussing that Future Proof is taken on board too. Blair, do you want to?
Yes, I think, Councillor Sarah, the date I think is the 20th of March, but I can confirm that. I know the meeting dates, as Councillor Dave said, have just been changed in the last couple of days to work in with the ministers' diaries, because you will recall that two cabinet ministers, Minister Mahuta, Minister Twyford, attend, and it's obviously critically important that they are available. So that's why the date, I can't be quite certain that's the locked-in date. But we'll certainly let you know, and certainly welcome your attendance to observe those discussions.
We need to make sure that any big issues coming up for decision at Future Proof get an early hearing at our in our workshops and whatnot beforehand, even if we have to convene something specially.
Yes, and I think councillors Luke and I have been talking post the briefing this week, and we're just working out how things will time between now and the middle of the year. We're very conscious of elected member feedback around making sure that you're on the journey for the various elements of the projects, and also what is practicably able to be delivered by the middle of the year, and also taking our other stakeholder partners on that same journey and that they engage and we all come together. So it's a Councillor Rob's earlier question. It's making sure everyone's on board and aligned, but at the same time our strong voice is also heard and you've had a chance to consider things. So we're just trying to find that what does that outcome look like by the middle of the year, that then feeds into our long-term plan processes. What do the government seek by the middle of the year, and how do we find the various touch points that work for you as well?
Yeah, I mean, I was present at the last Future Proof Committee meeting and observing, and there was a lot of discussion, for example, around targets that had been proposed for mode shift, and a general kind of discussion around the fact that they weren't ambitious enough. And it's those big picture things that I think we all should be discussing prior to those meetings, so that we can put forward, those views and have our representatives put them forward for us. Yep.
Yep. So we definitely take that on board. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you.
Ryan, please.
just a question on point 17, for clarity, apologies if I've missed it. The NZTA has confirmed funding being available to complete the project. I just wasn't sure what the project was because it sits all under future proof and spatial plan.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Ryan, that refers specifically to the technical assistance to complete the Metro spatial plan. So there's funding from NZTA, $700,000 to assist with the completion of that project. So that's to bring on additional technical resource and other studies, you know, in terms of fleshing out the evidence, and some additional money also for the business case elements of the mass transit plan, which continues beyond the dates on the Metro spatial plan. So I think all up, I think it's over $1.5 million.
That's
funding. I can't remember the exact amount, but that's a point of entry that's been approved on our from a portion of that money to be funded from NZTA.
Okay, so it's just at that high level planning, feasibility sort of stuff. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. If there's no other question on that, let's move on to the strategic regional collaboration update, and we have touched on some of the stuff in here and in UNISA after that, but Blair, is there stuff you want to highlight for that part? It's page 13 it starts.
Yes. Look, I think probably on the Mayoral Forum next week, the mayors and chairs of all the councils, the Waikato, convening for a retreat. I think that's really valuable. It's a chance for the mayors to, one, get to know each other, and then secondly to focus on opportunities for the councils to collaborate on various initiatives. And I know Mayor Paula has talked about that earlier, and a chance, if you have any matters that you wish Mayor Paula to raise at the forum, certainly do so before next Thursday. Would be an opportunity to make sure that, again, areas where we think that there may be some collaborative projects or collaborative initiatives that the Mayoral Forum can pursue, that's the chance for those to be raised and considered by that wider group.
Okay. Now, I know that Martin earlier raised or made a comment about the Waikato Wellbeing Project and the issues of councillor involvement in that. Sorry, Paula, did you have something to say on that?
So notwithstanding the previous conversation that we had about engaging elected members more deeply into the business of the Waikato Plan and refreshing our involvement, which is taken as accepted, I fully support that. This particular, timing is a little bit unusual, the launch, but I guess there's reasons for that, with the Prime Minister being in town just ahead of the actual Waikato Plan event on Monday, and we'll reflect that in our commentary when we go on Monday. Having said that, this event was sponsored and run by Well Energy Trust in many ways, and it wasn't actually extended out to the councillors of any of the organisations. It was a mayoral forum pitch. So it was actually just invitation to the mayors or their delegates. It wasn't actually outreached, but I understand how Martin would feel about that, and they have reflected upon that themselves, and everyone's invited, of course. So you are able to go, and Martin will be speaking on our behalf, and he'll convey any views that he has on that, plus our desire to really take a positive and collaborative approach with the Waikato Plan in the next 3 years. He will reflect that on Monday. Won't you?
Absolutely.
So you have your writing instructions, Martin.
All I want to say is I understand there are about 300, according to the notes in my Waikato Plan, there's about 350 people expected on Friday, but obviously this council is at the end, is below the 350. It's 350 first, then as an afterthought.
No councillors from any...
Well, we don't need to get into the
I'll just make one brief
details,
comment. We'll pick it up
principles.
more, and I think the report back, I assume, will be in Community Committee. What I will be saying, and I'm sure the Mayor will support this on Monday, is that if we are partners in any enterprise, and council is a key partner, then it's a logical thing that the governance of that partners should be invited and involved. I'm sure it's a bit of a communication glitch, but I think it's a matter of, with respect, this city being assertive, politely assertive in a number of areas.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Martin. I do notice that after I criticised it, my partner happened to tell me that she had an invite, and she didn't bloody tell me. Oops, she didn't tell me either.
The question I do raise, and I think I just want to raise it before, and this is said in a very, asked in a very collaborative way. I think it just is another reminder of how crucial it is. You don't want a DHB model of governance. How crucial it is that our key political leaders are absolutely involved and in the right room. Right?
I think the other aspect, and we're straying a bit from questions here, but the other aspect about this is if Hamilton City Council is promoted as being involved or supporting something, councillors, the elected members, all of us need to feel like we've had a say in that or are aware that it's happening, because if we don't, the risk is, and this has happened in a couple of areas last council, there will be a reaction against the project or the expenditure and things like that. Once it gets to council meeting, it'll be much more difficult to get support than, you know, having involved us in the first place.
And just in kind of my rough governance portfolio role, I think the motive here is purely this, that obviously beyond the mayor, which is important of course, is that we identify clearly our portfolio holders. So for example, the Friday social wellbeing, Councillors Kesh and Councillor Bunty, etc., should not have to hear it on a grapevine. So it's a matter of in these rooms, you know, whether it's a future-proof room or whatever room, just making sure that we have our points people in those rooms automatically and on the list, and that's just making sure that, that's, and I think, you know, these things happen, but I think it's really crucial we make sure that happens.
Yep, thanks.
Right, thanks.
So are there any other questions? If not on that, just UNISA, Blair.
Just before we touch on UNISA, councillors, I'm going to circulate a note out today just ahead of the meeting that we have on Monday, just so you've got some background to that, which refers to sort of item 45, just so you understand how that induction discussion will proceed. So I'll send that out. Thank you, Councillor Dave. UNISA. So UNISA, I'm going to circulate some information separate to the agenda today just on what is UNISA about, but essentially, as Mayor Paula has referred to, UNISA is an opportunity for the mayors and chairs of the 4 regions, that's Tauranga, Bay of Plenty, Waikato, Auckland and Northland, along with the mayors of the cities within each of those regions, to come together on a quarterly basis to talk about issues that I guess bring us together as a high growth area in the Upper North Island, and invariably those meetings have involvement with government officials and ministers, and often focus on 1 or 2 topics. And most recently, the topic that's been a big focus for UNISA has been the freight study, and in particular the implications of the Port of Auckland proposed partial relocation or relocation through to Northport and Whangarei. And of course that particular issue has ramifications for all parties through UNISA because of the role that we all have ports or logistics or significant freight interest, either in the Waikato through inland ports and logistics hubs, through to the Bay of Plenty, Auckland and Northland with their interest in the 3 ports. So that's a particular matter that UNISA is progressing. There are also other issues such as emerging initiatives around climate and sustainability, topics such as labour force study, so what's the future labour force needed to support our industries in our communities, and what are we doing to advocate with the government to ensure that those future jobs are being created. So a very valuable forum for those mayors and chairs to discuss matters of really strategic importance that we can then bring back through work programs that may also influence some of the work programs that we're doing locally.
And perhaps taking more opportunities, Blair, to, in our growth discussions that we have in our workshops and so forth, to say what things should our council be putting forward to UNISA, so in a slightly more proactive way, because we do hear the reports afterwards, but we're not necessarily hearing what we're going to be discussing, and, you know, especially things that Hamilton's got a strong view on.
I think that's an excellent suggestion, Councillor Dave.
Thanks. Are there any questions on that? If there's no other questions on the GM's report, I'll, sorry, move the, my computer's just died here. Yeah. Yep, and I'm sorry, let me get back there, Ewan, and I've moved Ewan seconded, that the report be received. Ewan, you speak now if you like, thanks. And then I'll go, since you're a seconder, and then I'll go to the speaking order.
Look, thank you, Chair Dave. Look, I find these reports very helpful. They are, by their nature, very, very broad. I didn't ask any questions over the issue of infill, but I highlight my concern about what's happening. I know the Deputy Mayor, Jeff Taylor, has driven this question about reviewing our current policy, and I look forward to those meaningful workshops. But it's fair to say rightly so, some of our ratepayers are expressing deep concern that the neighbourhoods are becoming unpleasant and congested, and not the types of neighbourhoods they had a fair expectation of living in. And I'm pleased that we're about to focus on that. In regards to Councillor Robb's comments about this multi-front and the potential to lose focus or drop the ball, I just want to make a comment that I fully support his concerns. If I could use a battle analogy, and in fact I think going forward, Blair, I might call you General Montgomery, because we have more battlefronts than, and opportunities than I can recall in a very long time. And I raise just the finer point that we have so much going on that is so complex and so multifaceted. I'm just worried that our supply lines and our ability to deliver and our expectations of our people may be lost in the fog of all of these battles. And I call them battles because by their very nature, as we work on boundary issues, there are going to be winners and losers. So I think it's exciting, and I know we've got great command people, but I just raise that as a concern. My final comment is on the mayoral forum. And I look forward to Mayor Paula navigating her way with her fellow mayoral leaders. But I also am aware, I'll nearly finish, that at times we have conflicting agendas, and I'm particularly interested historically the other mayors' approach to our airport. And I look forward to ensuring that we protect this great asset and that there isn't a move to try to remain the status quo, and that they are more embracing of opportunities. But other than that, happy to move the report.
Second the report. Thanks. Jeff, please.
Yes, thanks, Dave, and thanks, Ewan, for the little reference in regards to infill. Look, I just want to comment very briefly on it and make a couple of quick points, and I have been a bit like a broken record on it lately. I just want to re-emphasise the point that I think there's a really good case developing to set aside some funding in the annual plan for a district plan change. We'll discuss this at our briefing, obviously. I just wouldn't want to see this wait too long and get too big. My view is if we have to be selective on this in order to move quicker with a more targeted plan change, then I'm good with that. Infill has a huge place to play in our provision of housing in our city. I agree with that. We're well aware of the housing issues, the affordability issues people are facing. We know how costly it is to crack open a new growth cell from experience from last term. And we know a healthy amount of infill makes sense. And we certainly need more infill and housing in spades in the central city. Totally agree with that. But there's got to be a balance. I think better notification for neighbours, better conversations with neighbours early on, better quality standards are two improvements we could make in a relatively short time. When I've knocked on doors in the last couple of years, the biggest upset I've got from people opening the door is not so much rates, it's not so much footpaths, it's not so much roads, it's not so much traffic jams, it is unsympathetic development cropping up next door which has surprised them and upset them. I can still remember a guy I approached in Dinsdale who was nearly in tears, and he just said to me, "You're just messing with people's lives here. The house is this is our biggest thing. We didn't know this was happening. You've just stuffed our life." You know, and there's not really a great answer to that, apart from moving on to the next door and apologising.
Going to a different suburb.
Yeah. I think as a council we have gone holus bolus on this across the city, and I think it's time for some restrictions. Otherwise, I think in a decade or so we're going to make a mess of this city. People are feeling powerless. People are feeling that if something is happening next door, they have absolutely no say in it. And quick horror story, there's a street I know where a villa has been removed. There's a nice villa next door. Villa's been removed. 2 duplexes are going in, 5 bedrooms in each one. There's a bathroom in every single bedroom, so that's 10 bedrooms, 10 bathrooms. To me, that is a hostel and drag. That's all that is. There's provision for 4 car parks for those 2 duplexes. There's going to be, I reckon, between 10 and 20 cars there. That street is already jam-packed with cars all day. When I went to visit, I couldn't find a park. That's not a good result. That's not good planning.
Thanks,
So,
Jeff.
so look, I just want to flag that I just think this is something we need to really urgently look at, and I look forward to more discussions with elected members. Thanks.
Just want to warn speakers that both the speakers we had so far have strayed slightly off the topic by getting quite specific on things which will be coming up, where this is talking about the strategy mostly, but your examples have got into almost into discussion on them. Please don't debate those when you're talking the rest of the speakers, because that's not what we're here for yet. Paula, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I was going to say some supportive comments about infill first, in respect to what Jeff has said, because I agree with much of what he has said, and I have made it quite clear, I think, today that I'm interested in a couple of things, and amenity is one of those, where existing, in the suburbs I'm talking about, very happy with the infill in town and in key areas, key transport areas and so on, but in the existing suburbs, there's an amenity conversation to be had where we have to be mindful of existing residents' rights to retain a quality of life as well as providing the housing that we need. So it's getting that balance right. And I too, we all have last term, all of the councillors were on last term, got examples from the public where a 1940s bungalow was hemmed in between 2 grey rows of townhouses, and you know we are now seeing people speak up and speak out against that, and we've got to listen to that. But I'm also interested, so that's the amenity factor, building suburbs and communities that look and feel great to live in. The other thing for me is the stormwater. I've seen some interesting examples that have been approved under the district plan of stormwater management on site to cram more houses in, which I think, goodness, in the future I'm not confident that these are going to hold out or even are ideal. And then there is the traffic. I agree with Jeff. There are some examples that I've been shown in recent months where it was predicted that each house might have 2 cars, but most New Zealanders have many more. And then 2 cars plus your visitors clog up the entire street. I've actually got examples where emergency vehicles would be very hard pressed in an evening to get down there to put a fire out with the row of cars that are parked alongside. So we all want to get infill, we all want people into new houses, we support greater density, but we've got to do it in the right way. Oh, secondly, last thing, quick apologies. I did get confirmation because I wanted to see if my original advice was right. All councillors from all partner councils were invited if they were on the last year's database by the Waikato Plan team to the event on Monday. So I'm not sure why it has fallen through the crack, and I will be investigating that because I am aware that many of you did not get that invitation. So I have made that clear to them. I'll look into where it went. So apologies, I didn't want to be incorrect. I did want to correct myself on that one. And just one last thing about the funding. We haven't got much time here, team, so I really need, staff are working very closely with me to inform that, but I really need your input and your support if we're to make a big noise down in Wellington around what we expect to happen as the hub of the Central North Island.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Martin, please.
Yeah, thank you. And I think the historic lesson is that if you want something, you have to lobby for it and fight for it. The rail service is because people like Dave Mack and former MP Sue Moroney lobbied and fought for it. The expressway, which is being developed, and another opening tomorrow, I'll take minor credit. Dave Bennett, whole lot of fought, lobby. Ring Road, fight, lobby. And I think if we want Southern Links, if we want an improvement to our expressway roads, all of that stuff, we really have to lobby and speak up. I fully, totally support the Deputy Mayor's concern, and I cannot wait for that discussion. I think the danger of a City Council that, with using that term middle class, I've often heard conversations in this team about how lovely the $1 million apartments are going to look. Your sole responsibility, and you are responsible for every household. If you're planning kids of this town, grandkids, to live in horrible flats with no view or a lack of amenities, we are collectively responsible. So I certainly think it's absolutely time for a major reset. And also in terms of at least giving the neighbours some reasonable input, because most people, most working people, battlers as we'd call them, their sole investment, all of their capital investment is tied up in their house that they have saved and struggled to get. And then suddenly, without warning, without any consultation, you know, and this is not a NIMBY issue. It's not a NIMBY issue. I mean, the wealthy talk about, oh, terrible NIMBYs. They go off to their batch in Whangamatara or wherever and get away from it. The NIMBY issue is someone who doesn't oppose a next-door development but just wants some input so that their house and property can still retain that amenity. And suddenly, without notice, it strikes up. I think the other thing too is what are the tools? What I want to stress is the district plan at our workshop is not just the only tool. The other tool
Sorry,
yeah,
Martin,
right.
I should have interrupted you
Sure.
when he did the same. These debates are for us to address each other, not to address staff, because that was the time for that was beforehand. So please address the meeting, not
colleagues,
especially not individual
colleagues,
staff.
I talk to you, looking at you, colleagues, I address you in this way that I'm looking forward to, we look at, through the annual plan and the long-term plan, colleagues, we look at the other tools that we are going to have to put in addition to district scheme reviews, and that's going to be the lighting, the footpaths, the amenities, and colleagues, I cannot wait for us to all to go let's have a look at some of these examples on foot, you know, and just focus us. And imagine our kids living in some of these places, or imagine our kids, all their life savings being the house next door, and ourselves. So, colleagues, I really look forward to that workshop and the walk around. I think just one final point, the other thing I want to put, colleagues, is the fact of Jeff or someone talked about the renters, you know, the bed sits. And one of the things, if someone applies to build sort of multi-unit dwellings and the plan and the consent says separate units, but if around the back door suddenly we discover bed sits, we're going to have to resource staff to go and hammer those scungy developers.
Martin, you're straight off the top.
Colleagues, I think the other tool is the inspectorial aspect.
You said this was the last thing.
Right,
You're not having another one.
last thing. I
had
want
the last
inspection. I want our building inspectors to stop these slum developments, colleagues.
Thank you, Martin. Mark, please, can you follow that? It's not going to be easy. We'll have a crack at it. Colleagues, there's... I echo Deputy Mayor's call for targeted, or some funding put aside for targeted plan change. It's great. I congratulate him on having some of the best ideas I've ever had. That's absolutely genius. Look, there's no surprise, I say that with fun. There's no surprise I'm going to say let's build up, not out. Inward thinking is a phrase that's currently scorned upon, but actually, strangely enough, that's what's required of us at the moment. A bit of healthy inward thinking. If you look later in the report, or later in the agenda, you'll see a diagram. It's quite a cool one on page 66 that shows you 100 years in the Tron of our development. And you know what? The answer is sitting right there. It shows a growth path from 1920 to now. In 1920, the boundary was around Frankton, Hamilton East, pretty much from the Fairfield Bridge to the Cobham Bridge. That was our city limits. The lake was actually out of town. 50 short years later, that's one Martin Gallagher term, we were at Te Rapa and Dixon Road. Dinsdale was created. 50 years later, here we are, right at the fence, right at the boundary, as far out as we can possibly get. Now, we've got the option, as our previous mayor would bang on about boundary extensions, etc. We've got the option to go wider or to get taller. We are here to govern not only for now, but for the next 50 years. This is a really important time in our city's development. So let's make the smartest shift in thinking that's been made for the last 100 years. Let's change the outward spread and really build up our heart. Let's stop building for now, and let's be the future-thinking, visionary council that we were put in here to be. Let's be brave. Let's use that diagram as a blueprint to get it right. Let's build the next layer from the centre, at that 1,400 hectare diagram from the centre. Let's build up there first and nowhere else. The phrase we use as infill is actually incorrect. What we're doing is outfill. It's a sprawl, and it's not right. This way, if we concentrate on our upfill in the centre of the city, we can cope with well-planned density. Density isn't a bad thing in the right place, because the free-for-all we've got going on at the moment isn't infill, it's outfill. You can make better transport choices for a smaller geographical area. You can make better water options, or take better water options for a smaller area. We can make better waste systems for a smaller area. There are fewer stakeholders to communicate with in a smaller geographical area. Density isn't bad when it's well planned. Look at New York City. Look at Paris. It's the same size as us. I've given the example many times, but to our newer colleagues, here it goes again. I am an ageing man who struggles with a huge belly. This is a problem. I've got lunch coming up. I can go get a cheap burger, or I can make the harder choice and get healthier food. It's time for us to make the harder choice now, so we don't become the obese, overweight city that Auckland has become. So obese it can't get in or out of its door. So obese it's trying to do open heart surgery on itself right now without anaesthetic. You ask Ludo Campbell-Reid. So look, I'd urge us as we head into annual plans and LTPs, colleagues, to be really brave, really brave. We're at a really exciting point. We've got an option to build up, not out. It's the harder decision, but it's the right one. Thank you. Ryan, please.
Thanks, Chair. I'm definitely addressing my colleagues. I take Councillor Ewan and Rob's point, and I just Googled Mr. General Montgomery, and it looks like he only went into battle if he had 15-1 odds. So our Mr. Bocott certainly backs himself, and his title is Special Ops, so he's obviously got something going on. I take the points raised in terms of battles on many fronts, though, but I just wanted to reiterate some of the comments that have come through and some of the context. That being what Blair said around, for the first time, Wellington's taking us seriously, and we've got a voice at the Beehive. Albeit we're not where we want to be, I think we need to look at that and continue to press into those directions, because we can't do it on our own as a city. We need to collaborate. And the other thing which I'd highlight is our mayor is actually very, very collaborative and well respected across all those organisations. And so I think, and to echo Mr. Parsons' comment, in a different example, we use the word unprecedented collaboration. So we're moving into a different time, and I think we have to maintain a seat at the table in order to effect change. So I'm quite encouraged by what we're doing, and I think it is important, notwithstanding we've got to resource it well. So I take that point. I do take a different angle to Councillor Bunting also. Although he's very passionate, I wouldn't say closed-minded, I'd say passionate in regard to city growth. I do agree we need both. We've got one of the highest rates of infill our cities had, and unfortunately it's created consequence with which our Deputy Mayor's highlighting with the overspill of cars. So, and I know some of you will say, well, we eliminate cars, but the reality of it is it's going to take time. And I think we need to be pragmatic and continue to look at options for our people. Some people will want small apartment living and no cars. Other people won't. We need to be pragmatic and develop the city in a way that's going to be sustainable on multiple fronts, continue our development in public transport and multimodal options, but let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. I'm just going to speak at the end here as the right of reply. So is there anyone else that wants to speak beforehand? If not, okay. Look, firstly, just want to also comment on Councillor Bunty's 2022 election speech that he just gave, which was great. Okay. I think I noticed during the last election a lot of favourable response to us talking about how high an infill rate we had here. In other words, we weren't doing all our expansion out sideways. There was a lot of upwards. The question that's been clearly identified here by a lot of speakers is that not all of the upwards has been of the quality we would expect, and it's created problems. And there's a very clear message from all of you, I suggest, that we need to look at how we can change the district plan and maybe other levers to improve that situation. I don't detect that there's any opposition to the general concept of getting the 50-50 split at least, if not better, and we are doing a little bit better at the moment. So that's the first thing I would say to our organisation. Make sure that we can have that conversation, have it early so we can start affecting that situation as early as possible. Another point I'd like to make, Martin referred to this several times, the Tauranga's squeaky wheel approach in the short run has done well for them. I'm not so sure in the long run it'll do so well, but certainly our situation is the reverse. In the short run, in the last couple of years, we haven't got much, but in the long run, we are setting ourselves up by building those relationships. Perhaps we need to have a bit of a mix of both of them. Is probably that, and I think that they need to hear us in Wellington, not just because we're saying nice things about their strategy, but also because we're saying we need X and Y now as well. Another message that has come through, not so much in the debate but in the discussion, is greater and early involvement of elected members, so we all become champions for the strategies and discussions that staff are having. If you want the best support possible from around the council table, you need to involve all the members around the council table as early as possible and as often as possible. So that's where I'll finish. We're only receiving the report, but we've all made great speeches. So thanks very much, everyone. I'll put the resolution to a show. Just those, I'm not going to do it on the board. Those in favour, against, it's carried. Thanks, yeah. That's carried. Sorry, I was just going to say we're going to break for lunch, but before you do, for morning tea.
Okay, councillors, just in morning tea, Becca's going to come down and talk to us about a small issue, just for your
okay, in the room.
In the tea room. So I will just text her now. Thank you.
So let's break until 10 past. Thanks.
Before we do so, there's just a couple of small clarifications that Lucy wants to raise before we open it for questions.
Good morning, everyone. Just items 46 and item 48 in the report have changed slightly. We've been lucky enough to be granted an extension on the IFF bill submission, so that will be now the 13th of March and not the 5th of March. So with regard to going to a committee on the submission, it will change from the Infrastructure Operations Committee on the 27th of February. Instead, we will go to the 12th of March council meeting instead. So those are the only changes. The rest of the report is up to date and current. Thank you.
Okay, to the floor for questions. Angela, thanks.
Excuse
You've
me.
got a mouthful of peanuts, have you?
Just two questions. I'm on page 31, just talking about, where is it? Oh, point 32. Just got a question around whether this fund will be able to be accessed in the future for community facilities. It doesn't really, it basically says it would be accessible only to strategic infrastructure, but I had hoped that this, I mean, we had that quandary with the HIF and we accepted it in the end, but we're talking about, you know, building communities, and with the government putting back the well-beings, I'd be quite disappointed because if community facilities weren't able to be accessed, because fundamentally, in a nutshell, this funding mechanism is ratepayers paying for what they
Let's
receive
get the
in
answer
the
to your
area.
first question. Is that
Yeah,
possible
yeah.
in that? And then come
Thank
back.
you. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. That's a great point. So the legislation has been purposely drafted so far to be quite broad, so it does cover some community infrastructure. Currently, because we're looking at potentially being one of the first pilot projects, if you like, for this, we're working with Crown Infrastructure Partners, and they are focused on the strategic infrastructure for Road to Cowrie, so the swale and some of the arterials. But for future projects, there's definitely no limit on potentially funding some elements of community infrastructure. Every project would be different, so as part of the process of going through analysis, you would look at the best parts of infrastructure to fund. So it's definitely not off the table, and some elements of community infrastructure could be included in future projects.
Okay. Thanks for that.
Sorry, could I just follow that up a bit, Angela, because I have a bit of a concern at working with the early group of residents out there in Rotokauri Rise. There's clearly a lack of any community infrastructure there, and the swale and arterials is not going to deliver it either. Just a place to meet. They have got nowhere, and we're meeting 2 kilometres away in an existing suburb. So that brings to mind that question. Have staff had that discussion about what early community infrastructure would be good to have in this place, and why wouldn't we include that in our discussions with Crown Infrastructure Partners?
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, initial discussions have been quite positive in that area. So the detailed business case that I'm working with the project team to produce is taking a real well-being approach. So we're replacing the solely economic case with a well-being case, looking at the 4 well-beings. So there is detailed work going on to assess what a community would look like in Road to Cowrie and how we can bring that into the business case to ensure that we're not just building swales and roads. We are actually looking at this from a full community point of view. So it's very much at the forefront of the business case and a priority of mine.
Angela, sorry, keep going.
No,
Thanks.
thank you. That's helpful, Mr. Chair. And just my second question, just on the business case, purpose and outcomes. I mean, this one is for our Rotokauri, but going forward with an IFF model, if it all goes tickety-boo, does that mean every area that we want to apply to use this fund, we have to do a full-on business case?
That is a great point, Councillor. It's very good practice for us to do a detailed business case, especially in the first few that we do. But as part of the IFF process, we're not required to do a detailed business case.
I wondered that.
That would be the role of Crown Infrastructure Partners to do that as part of their role. But it's just good practice for us, particularly in the first few, to do that, to understand exactly what it is.
Yeah, okay.
I think just in addition to that, Councillor Leary, looking to the future, we're applying this tool to a growth area that's already been planned and sort of half started, so to speak. When you think about this tool longer term, there may be areas, particularly in a greenfield context, where we need to do some things to be ready to have that conversation. So our long-term plan may well have funding that we're bringing to the table to get what I call game ready. So that's planning, structure planning, designations, thinking about the design solutions, and then using the business case approach to make sure that the complete elements for the growth cell are delivered, and that we ultimately wait for the development community to say we're ready to partner with you through this tool to then open up that growth area. So the business case is a really robust way of us making sure that we've thought through all the various elements of delivering a great future community, but also our planning and thinking has got us to a stage where we can have that conversation.
And thanks, Blair. When will we get a real understanding of, you know, how quickly it's all going to be able to work? Because in my mind, I'm seeing a bank with some money, and I'm seeing we decide in this chamber that we want to progress with HT, whatever, one of those ones. As well as continue with Rotokauri and do something else somewhere else, and we could effectively grow on multiple areas. I mean, when will we really get an understanding of, on the ground, how it's going to work? Because the HIF process took us, 18 months or something, which is a really long time.
So I think there's two parts to that question. In terms of just the macro various growth areas and where do we go faster and slower and where do we use the tool, that's the conversation that we will be having through the long-term plan process, and Karen Saunders and the team will be engaging with you through a series of workshops on that, around just all those opportunities that present themselves in the future and how we respond. I might get Lucy just to talk to the specific time frame and how we can utilise this tool, but what I would just say as an overarching comment, we're piloting at the moment how this tool has been deployed, because you'll recall the legislation is still tracking through Parliament. So naturally the first time is going to be slow as we together innovate and discover and work out how to use it. But I'll just get Lucy to talk the high level timeframes.
Yeah, with regard to the business case, we're obviously at the point, because it's kind of the first project, where we're gathering a great number of things to make sure that we understand how it all works. So that will be ready the middle of this year, and then we will look for the second half of this year to undertake the commercial arrangements with CIP on how practically it can be applied. Really, once the legislation's been enacted, hopefully the middle of this year, the IFF tool is then there to be used. So it's just how, as a council, you want to use that tool and the process that will go for applying it, whether it is a business case each time or how, whether it becomes just standard part of a funding mix.
Okay, that's great. Thanks, Lucy. Thanks, Blair.
Angela's questioning. Crown Infrastructure Partners, is that the only party that we can deal with under the legislation in terms of putting together this funding finance, or can we approach or be approached by the superannuation fund or Tainui or a bank who might want to come in and be a partner with us in terms of this funding?
Thank you, Councillor. The process for IFF is that there will be a proposer. So in the case of Rotokauri, we are the proposer for that, but it could be another party that would be the proposer of the IFF tool. It could be another developer or so on and so forth. What would happen then is there is a facilitator, which is Crown Infrastructure Partners, who would then put the proposal together for the IFF and what it's being applied to, who would then take that to the minister to say, yes, we think this is a good proposal, or no, we don't, and recommend it or not. So Crown Infrastructure Partners is currently playing the role of facilitator, and we see that once the legislation is enacted, that will be their role. So they will be the key party, but equally we work closely right now with Treasury, the Department of Internal Affairs, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. There's a range of partners involved in it, and it's very much a collaboration. But Crown Infrastructure Partners is our key point of contact for an IFF proposal.
So they're effectively the gatekeeper, are they? We can't go off to a funding partner and sit down with that funding partner and put together a business case with them and then go back to the minister or whoever we have to do in order to get that process through.
No, we couldn't. They are the gatekeeper to the minister, if you like, yeah.
So does the draft legislation kind of indicate that it could be quite a prolonged process, as I think the question around the HIF loan, that, you know, from the date of saying we've got a proposal and we need the funding, so let's say it's a swale at Rotokauri, it could be an 18-month, 2-year hiatus to get it from the idea stage to one where the party is actually writing the cheque out to get the work underway?
Crown Infrastructure Partners are really pushing us with timeframes, so they're very proactive and prompt with their approach to the role of facilitator. So I think it's almost as long as the process is followed and they put together all the information they need, it's almost as quickly as we can provide what they need.
Okay.
If I can just add, Councillor, I guess the limitation on timeframes often goes down to the tolerance or the risk tolerance that's built into the process. So where a growth area is being contemplated and we don't necessarily know the detailed infrastructure that's going to be provided or necessarily the accurate costings for that. So there's high levels of risk. Crown Infrastructure Partners at the present time are seeking greater certainty around some of those quantums and numbers, and so that adds time to the process. We're looking into the future, and this is part of our thinking and learning to the future. If we can be, as a council, more game ready, and I use that term to say have a greater appreciation of what's needed and what the costings are, then that information would speed up the process.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. So you mentioned before that you think the legislation might get passed this year. That's pre-election or post-election?
Yeah, they're very adamant it will be pre-election and hoping for the middle of this year. So far, timings are running to what they've told us, so we can hope that it will remain that way.
So are we now getting shovel ready? I'll use the word shovel ready because that's already been mentioned today. But are we getting shovel ready in terms of projects that we think might be appropriate to put in pretty quickly after the legislation's in place so that we're in a position to actually start work or get things underway with once our long-term plan becomes operative from, say, July of next year?
Correct. That's exactly what we're doing with the business case. So for Rotokauri and also looking at Peacock so that we are getting ready for when that legislation comes in.
Thank you. Thank you.
I can, just as a specific example, Councillor, we've advanced the designation process for the Rotokauri Swale and Transport Corridors that had previously not commenced. We've advanced that off the back of this work. That's one of those elements to get more game ready. So we're doing that in parallel with our negotiations and discussions and in anticipation of the legislation. So,
great.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Jeff, you've gone off the list.
Yeah, I had questions around the time.
Okay. No, good. I've just got a small question on a specific paragraph 33, raised also to do with Rotokauri. We're talking here about alternative funding mechanisms. That's fine, that's understood. It's a story I've heard in the past that it's been raised with me again in the last few days by a significant developer out there that they don't agree with they're saying that our stormwater system is gold-plated and doesn't need to be that, and there's an alternative that will do the same job at a significantly lower cost. Chris probably probably any one of about 3 or 4 developers out there that would be saying that from what I hear. So I'm not trying to have a debate here about whether they're right or wrong, but what's their, if we go ahead and apply to infrastructure funding for some support, that is obviously based on our assessment of what's needed. What if that changes? There's some assessment that your engineers and their engineers agree with later on down the line. Can we vary? Are we in a position to still have that sort of discussion with individual developers in some of these growth areas? Chris's hospital, passing it to Andrew.
Because you all articulate it better than me.
It'll be shorter.
Right, sure. So in Rotokauri, everything is about being aligned with the developers in terms of the technical solution. So we have, as some councillors may recall, worked on the ICMP in Rotokauri collaboratively with the developers over a number of years, and that's all been approved through Regional Council as an agreed blueprint to the treatment and management of stormwater quality and flow in the Rotokauri area. We are now working through the notice of requirement to designate those corridors, and again, that notice of requirement was developed collaboratively with all the developers. The hearings for the notice is on Monday next week, and I've read not all the submissions but some of them, and they're largely supportive of what we're doing and what we're seeking to protect. However, notwithstanding the fact that we're going to end up with a designation in the imminent future, we're always open to new or better ways of doing things in the context or footprint of that designation.
And the funding arrangements that we may make,
yeah.
IFF can handle some variations down the line.
We expect to do better, both from a technical perspective or a funding and financing perspective. So my expectation at the moment is there's going to be a funding partnership with somebody, whether it's an IFF or a developer or a hybrid. That's the base expectation, and we would be looking to bring those opportunities back to council as they start to emerge.
Sure, the door's still open, in other words, yeah.
Councillor, I can also add as well that in the conversations that we're having with developers, we are bringing Crown Infrastructure Partners in on those discussions to make sure that any private developer agreement could potentially be novated into an IFF arrangement. So, yeah, we're on top of that.
Fantastic. Paula, thanks, and then Kesh.
No, I think you've mostly asked the same question. It was about the alternatives to partner with people for new technology and things like stormwater and swale, so thank you.
Thanks, Kesh, thanks.
Can this model be applied to only new projects, or can it be applied to upgrading or addressing current infrastructure? Do you know?
Yeah, as I mentioned previously, the legislation is looking to be quite broad, so the range of projects that it can be applied to. Initially, it looks like new projects or greenfield sites are more simpler to apply the tool to, but they do envisage that as time goes on, it could be applied to a range of new or existing projects. So, yeah, the legislation is purposely quite broad for that.
So if we had to further explore, for example, CBD development or infill into the CBD, would that be a business case that would be developed for that particular model?
I envisage that it would be. I think that would be slightly more complicated in how it might work, so a business case approach would be probably the best approach to take for that. But yeah, it's quite broad on what it can be applied to.
Cool, thank you.
I think the one thing, Councillor, would be that the scale of projects to make the scheme work have to be of reasonable magnitude. So it doesn't really apply to projects of $1 or $2 million. It needs to be in the many tens of millions of dollars to really make the critical mass work and the numbers work. So often those are more like being greenfield cells.
Yeah.
I do note that Auckland Council is looking at 1 or 2 what I call brownfield or infill type regeneration projects where they will be an early pioneer of this, and I think we can take some learnings from Auckland Council's exploration of how the tool would work in that situation. So one example is out sort of the eastern suburbs area where there's a number of ex-Housing New Zealand stock where they'd like to regenerate, quite a substantial development, so they see that this tool could be deployed. The challenge, of course, is where you have existing properties that aren't growing versus growth around them, how the fairness and equity considerations. So some different things to work through in a brownfield context, but yes, we have a very open mind for that.
Just to add to that as well, they are looking at, to make this a financially viable proposition, that it would be large projects. They're quite broad projects, but they would be quite large projects over around the 50 million mark. So whether that would change over time, I'm not sure, but initially it is large projects that they are looking at.
So when someone announces they're putting a great big new office block, for instance, on something like Tristram Street, and we want to say, oh, that's a good opportunity to make that a completely different arterial routes through there, we could, and it's going to be $100 million we could hook something like that in.
It's possible, Councillor. I mean, I think we need to stand back and examine each proposition on its merits, but I think, as Lucy has said, the way the legislation has been drafted, it's a very enabling piece of legislation, which I think is exactly what the sector has asked for. The trick is when you test it on a case-by-case basis, and this is where Greg Carston's team and Greg's leadership is going to be critical here. It's the same principles that apply in sort of the DC space. It really comes down to understanding the beneficiaries and the technical, who you're going to charge this to, the basis of charging, but the legislation enables us to have that thinking, which is great.
Thanks. I've got, Paula has got a question there.
I have, thank you. Just listening to that, in terms of shaping this legislation that you say is very enabling, does it put any emphasis where existing spatial planning is at such a level as to properly inform the development? In other words, does it add any weight to councils or areas that have good growth planning, good spatial planning, and give that any kind of weight at all? Because we're quite advanced in understanding how the Metro Spatial Plan, the H2A, where we might need the delivery. And the other question joined up to that, given that our conversations with Waipa about cross-boundary collaboration for the South, would there be seen as a benefit or extra advantage where you deliver outcomes for two local government authorities, not just one? Does collaborative cross-boundary arrangement have any weight, or are we talking about that?
So we'll need to just go and check to see what the legislation refers to in terms of existing spatial/strategic planning references, but certainly where we have been party to those, I think that only adds strength to any proposition that we would be party to, because we've done the strategic thinking to understand where that tool could be deployed to help us deliver that vision for the future. But we can certainly see the reference to that, Paula. In terms of cross-boundary initiatives, this tool could absolutely be applied in that space. And again, the likes of the Metro Spatial Plan that we're involved in could well identify opportunities where this may be utilised. And of course, this tool may also be utilised by Kāinga Ora, the new Urban Development Authority. So because it's an entity that's not a council, it's not Council A trying to apply a charge onto Council B. It is an entity that's working with one or multiple councils that then ask those councils to just add that charge to the rates bill as a collection agency. So it could absolutely work in that cross-boundary situation.
Yeah, I guess my question goes a little bit further than that, to the weight or because we're going to be in competition. That's how, when funding becomes available at a government level, everybody wants it. And so you have to put your bids in, you have to make your case. So I was just wondering whether it's, given that we've done so much work around growth planning and so much work around spatial planning and working with our neighbours, whether that wouldn't be favourable to us, whether there wouldn't be more weight attributed to, because some people won't have done all of that. It should be, apart from loosely being to our benefit, it should be maybe more specifically to our benefit.
So I think the answer to that is absolutely, that would be my expectation. Where we have done that strategic thinking, it must add weight to our propositions. Can I say that this tool is not about government funding per se. It's actually effectively money from the financing market through a tool that just doesn't come from our balance sheet. So certainly the information that we've been advised is that there's no lack of interest of people who wish to invest into these schemes. So it's not government's money being granted to us, it is effectively parties such as ACC, New Zealand Super, others.
And I suppose I get that. It's about the criteria, because if you look at that H2A with that big grey hash that we talk about from Cambridge through to Auckland, now we might be well placed or get better bang for the buck for that funding here, but without that criteria, someone else could come knocking on the door and divert it somewhere outside of our mainstream or our main priorities to another priority. I mean, we've seen that recently with the potential investment of New Zealand Super Fund into some areas that weren't actually either in future-proof nor H2A.
So I think we can certainly make sure that our submission on the bill references linkages and weight to spatial partnerships and spatial frameworks, and I think that picks up what you're referencing to.
Yeah, I think that's what I would like to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Just briefly, I'm looking at point 15, how it's a tool to created to complement rather than replace. But I'm just wondering, could we use it for transport projects like you're talking about the big ones like bridges and major networks and the likes, and to almost supersede NZTA?
Thank you, Councillor. As we've mentioned, it's quite flexible. We could look at a range of projects that this could be applied to, providing that they're large enough to be of value to progress through a proposal. So the answer would be yes.
So it sort of ties on from Kesh's question earlier on. For example, School Link or something like that. We could have another crack at it.
Sorry, what was that?
So something like the School Link and that, which NZTA has said, look, we just haven't got the capacity at the moment, but is this another option for us?
Yeah, and it can apply to any project that's looking at kind of strategic or key infrastructure that's needed to enable development would be a project that would be of interest, whether it would get through, but it would be definitely something that we could propose as a proposer.
Thank you. That's really interesting.
In relation to your attachment, the Hamilton Growth Tour, it was a lovely diagram, and I saw this list of hundreds of people that got invited, but I couldn't find the elected members on there. And some other people have just said they've noticed that. So is that going to change in future, or is it just going to be staff doing all the preliminary thinking and then coming to us with mostly cooked ideas?
The growth tour that I organised, where that came from was I'm working with a lot of government agencies on this project, and a lot of them don't necessarily understand Hamilton or our growth, and because they're really key and we are seen as a key partner in driving this forward, I just wanted to basically take them on a tour, show them around Hamilton. It kind of morphed into something that was a little bit bigger, but a key driver for me now is to make sure elected members are very involved in the process and involved with the key partners that we're working with as well. So definitely yes.
Wouldn't you think that it's important for these government officials to understand that nothing happens in Hamilton City unless the elected members give it the tick?
Absolutely.
So yes. They need to know us as well. Yeah. Anyway, thanks. Look, councillors, I'm going to move the resolution seconded by Ewan. He's very keen to second today. All of these. Yeah, that's what you said before. I didn't believe it then either. No, I jest. So points A to D on page 28. Sorry, are these questions or speakers? No, sorry, I'm asking Margaret first.
Question.
Okay, so we'll do that first. Okay. Yours is a speech? Yep, so go do you first, Margaret, and then we'll go into this.
Thank you. Look, I'm just picking up from Councillor Bunting's comments about the School Link, because, when you started talking about tens of millions, that for me popped into front of my mind. So I understand that you're targeting at the moment Peacock and Rotokauri, but if we're going to be presenting business cases one at a time, what's the process for us as elected members to have input into, if there is any, and I know you'll be working off your plans that are already in train, but where would be an opportunity for us to influence or have input into projects like suggesting that the school link comes up on the list or any other type of project? Significant project.
I think we obviously have some of the staff, Karen and Greg, here, so we'll just note that as something that we can think about through the long-term plan process as a good point, Councillor Forsyth. So I think that would be the appropriate time for us to start to think about, as we start to look into the future and long-term plans, what are the other opportunities where we could see this tool being deployed? Some we'll know and some we won't know.
Yeah, okay. So that timing would work with...
Yes, because I mean, I think, just to remind everyone, at the moment, the legislation is not in place.
Yep.
So we are working on Rotokauri and Peacock as two live examples that potentially, if legislation is available by the middle of the year, we can then have a favourable proposition or agreement for us to, as a council, to consider during the long-term plan process.
Yep.
At the same time, we've got to have an open mind for those opportunities you talk about in the future.
Yeah, and look, I do want to repeat too that while you're talking about live projects, the School Link is live and it's actually overdue. So yeah, there are
I think the government's
other projects.
Crown Infrastructure Partners wanted to, in the early stages of this process, have some very traditional kind of growth projects in the context that we know them, that would enable, because the purpose of this legislation is to ultimately enable us to release more land for housing, and that's the purpose. So the Rotokauri and Peacock examples were really good examples of how this tool could be deployed. They then wish to see over time more sophisticated or I guess innovative type opportunities such as you're referring to come to the table. If I just thought about the School Link proposal, the opportunity is real. It's how we link that back to how would that enable further growth capacity in those in that community. So if there was if we enabled School Link, what does that do? Is that enabling greater intensification in certain areas? We have to link that back to the purpose of the legislation.
I'm sure we could.
So that's part of the whole business case process and examination.
Thanks.
We're moving on to the debate.
Chairman Dave, look, I'll be supporting receiving the report. Lucy, thank you for your detailed analysis. What I read from this is we have a unique opportunity maybe to pursue multiple infrastructure projects, but I believe that this council should speak and develop a strategy to revitalise our CBD with some affordable high-rise apartments, and that it's one of these potential projects that I believe this fund could be used. It is about time Hamilton positions itself and makes available a new class of standard in high-rise apartments for New Zealand that is affordable and not just for the elite. And I would hope that this bill, once passed, will enable this council to go to this fund and say, this isn't an initiative that's just gobbling up green fields and new suburbs, but how about doing something really exciting in the heart of our city? And I believe that will require significant infrastructural spend. And I'm sure it will not be news to Jen and others of my passion. And if I dare say the words, I have a dream, and the dream is about a high-rise, affordable apartment block in this city that sets a new benchmark in urban planning that is environmentally friendly and not just for the elite. And these types of funds would enable this city to have the vision to build such a high-density, well-located development that will help revitalise our amazing city.
Dave. Yeah, look, I really welcome the work we're doing on this as a council, and also the lead role we've taken in progressing this and encouraging discussion at a national level. I also endorse that there was a reference in the Chair's report to the speed with which we might be able to get something like this going, and I'm anxious for us to to pull out the stops there. Obviously, there's legislation still has to go through, I think, mid-year, hopefully. But if we're working concurrently, then that's a good sign. So the quicker that we can get something like this off the ground, the better. I also echo Ewan's comments about the potential for other uses, and the central city, and the possibility of easing some of the housing issues in our city are very appealing to me. Obviously, we have to go into something like this with our eyes wide open and understand all the ramifications, as do the people who would be paying. Anyone who's paying for this, they have to be well aware of what's happening and how it all works. But I also just think of, Dave mentioned earlier, Rotikari Rise and some of the issues residents out there have had. They've moved into an area. They were expecting a road to be built because the market has told them that it was going to be built. The cost of infrastructure in that area has meant that there's been a delay, and they've kind of been left high and dry. And there's no immediate funding solution that we can see, and something like this does give potential for for people in these sorts of situations on the periphery of our city, where development hasn't quite caught up. There are solutions there. So look, I'm very excited about it, and really looking forward to hearing more about it. Well done.
Hey, look, I'll be really brief. I just want to say thank you to Blair. This is something that you were talking about when we were talking about the HIF ages ago, and a lot of us, I know Rob and I were very worried about the debt level, and you said, don't worry, we're working on other models. And this is kind of coming to light now, and so thank you for the great work you've done. You've been out there mining for little pots of gold, and I think you've found one. So, yeah, great work. Thank you.
I'm also very supportive of this, although with the excitement that I hear around town, I think on its own the model's not the silver bullet that will answer all the challenges we face as a growing city. But it does add a further powerful funding tool, and that's one which will allow us to ensure that to help us, not ensure, help us re-leverage part of our balance sheet, particularly during growth phases, and we're having one of those now, with long-term benefits for Hamilton residents. There still are some question marks around the ultimate effect of the funding, and market forces on the effects on land prices still needs to be tested, and that's a worry, and that's something that obviously we can't do anything about now. And I think also as council will be the collector of the loan repayments, we also need to be aware that we will need to do quite an extensive marketing program so that there's full understandability out there for residents who have got these loans on their property, that it has ultimately been reflected in cheaper land prices at the outset when they bought the land. And that is a continuing worry, that the silver bullet might help us, but it might not flow through to what the ultimate benefit is, and that is making sure that our residents are not paying twice for that infrastructure. But as it stands at the moment, look, let's keep pushing. Let's be shovel ready for applications, and let's be at the top of the list so that we can lead this process through going forward. Thank you.
Chair Dave, first of all, yes, echo the thanks for the work done by the staff over the last 3 years, in actual fact, to get this in this position and taking a lead on it. I'm very happy to see this as a step forward. I think Rob's right, it's not the total solution, but it's certainly part of the solution. We have to be aware of the costs around a growing city are only going to increase when we look at some of the provisions in the water sector alone through drinking water standards, one, wastewater, stormwater, which is driving up costs for local government all across New Zealand, not just in Hamilton. We also are aware of that we still haven't sufficiently dealt with housing affordability. Housing supply is one thing, but housing affordability is another. So we need to keep talking with government about the costs of growth. We need to keep talking with them about the cost of the responsibilities that they impose upon us, such as the greater water standards. They must know what this means for local government in the implementation of those expectations. We're in a luckier position than some councils are in regards to water, because we have high standard of water quality, but it's not going to be enough to serve this bigger city that we've got ahead. And so we know that we're in conversations about shared wastewater and water treatment facilities with our neighbours, which we should be. But I have to say that, and the devil is in the detail with these things, you know, that's why I push the case. We have been recognised as leaders in the space of our planning, as our forward planning, but forward planning does you no good unless it actually leads to the outcomes that you're expecting, and that includes not just a pat on the back for being good planners, but being with the funding to follow the actual outcomes. So I would expect government to recognise us as a Central North Island hub that has done the work to set the future and provide outcomes for not only local people, for New Zealand Inc. So I think we have to be pretty tenacious about our value proposition, because this will be money. I know it's private investors and a whole range of other people that may bring money to the table, but we aren't going to be the only people knocking on people's door. So our value proposition needs to be quite clear. And so at some stage or other, this council is going to have to pull together as to what the best business case is, where we're going to go after that money for. Is it in water? Is it in housing? Is it in transport infrastructure? What's going to bring the greatest bang for the buck? What do we need as a priority rather than what would we like? What do we need? So, yeah.
Thanks, Chair. Just to build on what everyone said, really, this is really about more houses sooner, is what this whole process is about enacting. And to really build on Ewan's point around the CBD development and or the School Link project, whether or not this IFF can directly link with those projects, because it will increase our capacity and resilience in our balance sheet, we are then able to also look at those projects where we might not otherwise been able to. So either way, to me, it sort of hedges our bets. And agreeing with Rob, it's not a silver bullet, it's just another tool in our toolbox. For us as council, we've always had that rates and DCs tension, and we've really maximised those. So this is really a third option for us as council, but also for our residents in terms of housing options.
Greg sitting up the back there. I'm just a couple of comments. I do want, and Ryan just touched on them, more houses sooner. He said, well, this is what it's about. And Angela raised a little bit of a query about what about the soft things, the community things. And I think of half suburb like Rotokauri Rise with no facilities, not only no connecting roads, but no playground for the 100 or so kids that are, or 80 or 90 kids that are out there at the moment from day one. And I'm a bit concerned that it might be so they can get this away with as little argument as possible. It's just that hard traditional infrastructure, roads and swales and things like that. What about the playgrounds for the kids? I can recall Discovery Drive, one of the early parts of, it was actually Flagstaff, not Rototuna at that time. We built a park there, which we did nothing on for about 10 years, and by the time the kids that were there at the start, by the time we put the playground there, the kids that wanted the swings and slides at the start wanted sort of skateboard bowls or something. By then, you know, they'd gone on for 10 years. It wasn't there. The infrastructure was needed at the start, and that infrastructure isn't just the roads and swales. So I think, I would say to our staff that our business cases for more houses need to look at that picture, what's the community that we're supporting develop. Whether it's, like Ryan suggested, frees up some money somewhere else, that's fine, but in the business case, show how the whole community gets advantaged, I guess, or advanced. So I'm going to put the resolution now. I'm just going to take a show of hands. Those in favour? Against? There's none against. That's carried unanimously. Thanks. Thanks very much for your time and the good report. Now we're on to our hardy annual, except it's every 6 weeks, peacocks. And councillors, I am going to try and break around 22, 1:45, but we'll just sort of, I want to finish a topic rather than halfway through, so we'll just see how we go. So if you want lunch, don't talk too much. I wasn't meaning you guys. Are you leading off, Karen?
I will say, Chair Dave, that I have brought a planner and an engineer with me. But I will take the report as read. No. Sorry,
Okay, the report's read, so we're on to questions. Councillors, and we've had a bit of a briefing quite recently, Monday? Something like that.
Yes.
Yeah, about this, so it should be fresh in your mind. Jeff first, thanks.
I'm just making sure I'm on the right place, that's all.
Peacock, suburb down south.
Page 73, where we're just talking about the Amberfield Western Lee consent application and the fact that it's there's been a decision by the Commissioner and it's been appealed and all that. I just want to talk about cats because the issue of the cat ban was obviously came up at the time, and I just want to kind of get a feel for where we stand as a council on that, if that's appropriate. Because are we making any representations on that issue? Because it's new for Hamilton, and if something like that does ultimately survive as part of the decision, then that's got ramifications for the council, because if you've got a cat ban, well, it needs to be enforced. If it needs to be enforced, you need resources, and also it's new for our residents, something like that. And so I just wondered, as a council, have we taken a position on that? Should we take a position on that? Where are we at?
I'll hand that one over to the General Manager of City Growth.
Thank you, Karen. So where we're at with that is that it's very early days in terms of the next part of that process. So you'll know that both the applicant and the Department of Conservation appealed the ecology provisions, which is where this sits. So what we do now is we go through a process of having conversations to create a workable set of conditions where there is broad agreement so we can move forward. Should that not happen, should we not be able to get to an agreement point, then this ends up in a court process. You look like you're going to ask me another question.
Yeah, I am,
Okay.
yeah. No, thanks, Jenna. I guess isn't it important to know where we're at in our views on something like that? I mean, if we're going to feed into this process, what do we think about it? What are our views? What are our, What are our views? Yeah. Sorry, carry on.
So just in terms of how we ended up in this situation, there is a report that includes conditions that one of our planners writes as part of the process, and this condition was not part of that. When it went forward to the commissioners for their decision, it was conditions that the commissioners put in. So I guess our team would stand by it's called a Section 42 report, stand by the report in terms of the ecology provisions that were put in that. But as I said, we need to go through a process where we're now negotiating with the other people in the process to find a set of workable conditions. And we are really hopeful that we can find a sensible path through that.
Yeah, but will we formulate a view on that particular CATS issue as a council? Because if we're going to be involved in conversations, I mean, there's going to be an outcome at some point here.
There is the Nature in the City biodiversity strategy that the community team are leading, which will, I guess, address those sorts of issues. And so I think they're in the project planning phase of that now, and they're coming back to you, and there'll be community engagement, etc. And that's, I think they're planning on that being a 12-month process to get to that point. So I'm assuming that, because this does relate to biodiversity, that those conversations will happen through that. It just so happens that this has come through a single consent application by an independent commissioner. And there are other biodiversity-related things coming from central government as well, which Luke might want to talk about, the National Policy Statement of Biodiversity, for example. So these pressures are coming in. So how do we respond to those as a council?
Okay, right.
Sorry, Jeff, I suppose just to clarify, just picking up on the responses from Jen and Karen. The reality is that the decision that's been issued by the commissioners is now our decision. So that condition, so Jen's right, the planner who was doing the assessment on behalf of council, reporting it to the independent commissioners, didn't recommend that condition about the CATS. That condition was inserted to address specific submissions made by other parties during the hearing to deal with biodiversity. That condition's been is subject to appeal, as are other aspects of the appeal. But the commissioner's decision by default then becomes council's decision. That matter's under appeal. The parties will need to go into some sort of mediation. Prior to going to mediation, we would come and brief you and say, here are all the matters, like we did on the district plan appeals, when we've got a court action.
Yep.
Here are the matters that are under appeal. Here are the substantive points. Before we get into settling a particular matter, we would brief you on that and get, I suppose, a level of comfort around the parameters of settlement. But I do have to make it clear to you that any council staff representing the council in a court appeal has to appear as an expert witness, and their views in any subsequent court actions have to be their own, right? So, but to give you comfort around that, what we did in the district plan when we had all those appeals, we had an appeals strategy. We discussed the recommendations on that, and that was the parameters under which we would enter into the negotiations.
Yep.
If anything, if there was a substantive reason why we felt we needed to deviate from that, we'd come back and talk to council around that. And I'd expect we're really early on in this process, and I'd expect that we'll be coming back and briefing elected members around the substantive matters that are in play before there's any court action or any settlement.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Paragraph 5, third dot, which addresses the key stakeholders. Are there any community groups in the area that council should be working with, which of course are not listed there, but I'm thinking here of some of the existing communities out there like Fitzroy and Dixon and maybe parts of Glenview, in terms of making sure that what is developing out at Peacock is going to have the community effects, rather than just looking at the moment at the physical infrastructure effects that most of our focus is on.
Absolutely, Councillor Pascoe. That is a core focus of the program. So you'll note that we've been holding community days regularly for the southwest of Hamilton, as well as community liaison groups, which generally pulls residents in the area into quite close engagement environment.
Right.
There's also groups, so Andrea Graves, who spoke in the public forum this morning, the Riverlea Environmental Society, Mangaka Tukutuku Stream Care Group, there's the Glenview SouthNet community centre out there, so.
Sounds like you're doing all the things. Can I just suggest that maybe you include that in the reports so that, you know, the focus is also on those community groups, because we do talk about how sometimes community assets follow a long time after that. My second question then is, are there any land acquisition discussions underway with Waipower for potential boundary changes which would impact on what I would call at this stage South Peacock? And given that, you know, the designation of Southern Links is in place, that eventually perhaps we will want to have what's within Southern Links in the city? I know it's not focused exactly on this report, but it is.
Just a quick answer
Yep.
and work out where we give that a home.
Yep, okay.
So it feels like it has a home in the conversations that Blair is having with, you know, our partners in terms of, you know, through the Metro Spatial Plan, but through sort of boundary conversations about the growth of Hamilton more broadly. So when we talk about Peacock and think about Peacock, we do think about the broader area and not just that particular area. So that, I mean, how the pieces around it fit within the growth of the city conversation really sits in the Metro Spatial Plan and in the conversations that Councillor McPherson and the Mayor are having with our neighbours. Does that answer your question?
So that is yes then. In other words, it's part of what's going on. That
Not part of the peak, this peak.
No, but it is part of the bigger picture in terms of, I don't want to use shovel ready, but again, but it's part of being able to bring it in at the point at where it happens. Pen ready, yeah, pen ready.
It's on the horizon.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Those are my questions.
I'm asking on behalf of Councillor Thompson, actually, and she would like to know, Bridget Burdett from MR Cagney recently met with Jerry and Tim, and Jerry Pomeroy and Tim Young, etc., to do an accessibility audit of the current transport design. They brought up various concerns, which Bridget is supposed to report back on, and she'd like to know, now that we don't have an Access Hamilton task force, what forum will these be brought back to elected members on?
I'll take that one. Really happy to bring the outputs of that audit. So it was an audit we triggered.
Yep.
Because we want to do the best we can in Peacock. And,
of course.
And Bridget was a great person. We've been working with stakeholder groups. It's a question for you, because we're looking for a forum to come back, so we can bring it back through this committee or another forum. But it'd be great to take your inputs into that that accessibility framework and look at what we can do in terms of the projects that we're delivering out there now.
Well, could I kind of defer to Dave then with that one? Is this, sorry to wake you, the question was from Sarah, now that we don't have Access Hamilton anymore, where do we see the shopping list of stuff and the work that's going on with accessibility and transport? Where will that information come back?
Maybe slightly broader question, where are the transport policy issues that have arisen because of Amberfield or generally around this time for Peacock's going to where's that home?
So the answer, the minimum is we can bring it back through committees like this, in a formal structure. But it would be desirable to have the ability to have a working group of some form. But and happy to go offline with yourself or Sarah Thompson on this particular matter.
Okay.
But I envisage at the moment we'll just be working through the formal committee structures for things like this.
I think the quest is not where is it legally going to end up, but how does it get discussed?
How do we get involved?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is really what the import is.
So under the current arrangements, it would be a briefing session in Peacock.
Okay.
But very open to offline discussions as well.
All right. I think on behalf of Sarah Thompson, I'm nodding sagely.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Ryan, please.
Thanks, Chair. Just picking up from the public forum this morning. The Speaker, Andrea, kind of linking into her discussion and Community Lands Trust. So it's a little bit outside the remit here, but it's sort of linked by her submission. Is there any flex within the Peacock range or area that's got a council designation that could potentially be added, used, or brought into that Community Lands Trust conversation?
Is this the
You mean council-owned land?
Access land that could be dedicated to.
Not necessarily council owned, because that's not the precursor necessarily of the Community Lands Trust, but that type of housing could go on, I think is...
Yeah. So what I would offer in response to that question is, so at the moment we're acquiring the land that's covered by a designation for the network infrastructure, but in the future, as that network infrastructure is completed, there's a potential that there could be some surpluses and things, and I think there's a need for an engagement with council. Should that eventuate, what are council's aspirations for land? Should we have any that might fall into that category? So there's a potential there, just from a network infrastructure view.
Can I ask that as staff, you potentially just have an overlay in your mind? I'm not asking for something explicit, just as this is being fleshed out and mullied around, that the opportunity, that you keep cognizant the opportunity that we might be able to overlap or utilise or integrate some of that wider CLT component?
Yeah, it's, the opportunities are front and centre of my mind. So, and they'll present themselves almost post-construction for the network infrastructure. But I'd be looking for a full engagement of council, should some of those opportunities present themselves, so that we can take direction and guidance.
I'll just channel Dave Mack for a second, say, because you said, should those opportunities present themselves, but as council, sometimes we need to make those opportunities present themselves. So I guess I'm being a little bit stronger in the sense that there might be an opportunity for us to lead. I'm not forcing anything. I just wanted to raise that point in lieu of our public forum speaker.
Okay.
Well, perhaps I can help you there. I was going to ask a question also partly on behalf of Sarah, and that is, there's been suggestion that the structure plan for Peacock is slightly out of date, given that it was done sort of 17 or 18 years ago initially. Where can discussion about tweaking the structure plan or upgrading the structure plan happen, which then might include areas for that sort of housing, the type of forest area that Andrea talked about this morning, other cycle interconnectivity that isn't necessarily envisaged back 17 years ago, that sort of thing. So that opportunity might bring in that particular example possibility.
Yeah, if I, through you,
yeah.
Mr Chair. Councillor Hamilton, we've got a comprehensive briefing on the structure plans scheduled for the 18th of March. So we haven't done any design work, we haven't done any, we're not taking a plan to you, we're showing all the analysis, all of the key issues, all of the outcomes that we I think are useful ones that you'd be interested in, and that's a comprehensive briefing on the 18th where we're going to walk you through all of that, walk you through what we think is a good process and methodology, and hear from you about the types of outcomes that you want to see, and during the duration of the preparation of that structure plan and the plan change to enable the development of a community that we all want to see occur in Peacock. There'll be a number of touch points with you as a group of elected members throughout that period. So you have a high degree of visibility, not just around the process, but around the key issues and the outcomes, and for you to feed into us the types of outcomes that you're interested in. So then we've got a clear brief for us to kind of to walk away, because we want to do this completely differently in the way that we've thought about planning communities in other parts of the city, and that's not to criticise what we've done in the past, but our understanding of key issues like housing, affordable housing, community housing, the environment, water quality, urban design, transport connectivity has evolved significantly since the last time we've done this type of structure plan. So we're not wanting to replicate something that looks like Rototuna, and that's not to criticise Rototuna, but we think there's better ways of delivering urbanism compared to what we've done in Rototuna, and getting ahead of the things that we're kind of now retrofitting in that area. So that's all, that first of those discussions are occurring on the 18th of March.
So I think that's a home for that discussion specific point as well. Kesh, thanks.
It's refreshing to hear that. that it is coming up and that we can feed back into the structural plan. First question, what happens to the resource consents that have already been lodged?
So the resource consents that have been lodged, we have to deal with them in the way that, with the system that we've got at the moment. So the planning controls that we have at the moment have been operative since 2016, but largely in place for a decade before that. The resource consents that we've got now, like Amberfield that we discussed earlier today, we have an obligation to assess those. If we get an application that comes in, we have to assess them against the framework that we've got at the moment. So that's been granted, Amberfield. There's a couple of others in stage 1, Peacock, that have been granted. There's a couple of others in the pipeline, but the majority of Peacock is left open. And the reality and the reason why we've got, in my mind, we're in a really good position at this point in time, because Amberfield consent and a couple of others have taken up the residual infrastructure capacity that's there at the moment, and the rest of the development can't really substantially come online until the bridge is open and until the rest of the arterial network has been constructed, and that the water and wastewater infrastructure that's been funded through HIF and decisions of councils in place. And we've got a sort of 3 to 4 year window maybe in that sense. So it's more than enough time to solidify our thinking, for you to be comfortable with what we're doing, for us to work with you on that and work with the community and put in place a revised planning framework. There will be smaller scale consents that will come through. We have to deal with those. That's our statutory responsibility. We can't ignore that. But the majority of what's left in Peacocks is still there. Now, some developers, depending on where we land, so for example, Amberfield, there's 900 odd sections that are consented through Amberfield. That's going through a court process. They won't develop 900 sections in a year. They've got a long lead-in time. So depending on what happens with the structure plan, there may be opportunities for developers to come in and reconsent and look at reconfiguring stuff they've already got away. But I suppose the short answer is, if we get a consent in now, and we have to deal with it with the framework we've got.
So, but there's an opportunity for it to be led by us and not by the developer for future consents.
The elected members, only the elected members can resolve to notify any change of the planning controls as they currently stand in Peacock. So that responsibility sits with you and only with you.
Awesome.
But
Make sure we come to that
Yeah.
particular question on the in March.
That's right, and how we're going to do that, and just as a point, we do need to work with the landowners as well, right? So we need to work with lots of stakeholders in this process, and the landowners are an important one, because ultimately they're the ones that make stuff happen there. So we will be working with them as well.
Awesome, thank you. Quick one, just on page 77 with the activities in 2020, land acquisition that's progressing at the moment, and it says there's currently 1 objection being dealt through the Environment Court. What are the implications of that?
There's no implications for the time being. So we're aware of it. It's accommodated within our program. It's before the court. The court will now set the program for that matter going forward, which will take months. But there's no implications in terms of our infrastructure delivery program, because this appeal relates to the land at the sort of the middle south of the cell, whereas the first piece of infrastructure is the bridge, which is at the north. So there's no risk to the delivery.
There's no risk
program.
of delay in.
No delay to what we're doing for the foreseeable future. But we are in a court process, and the timeframes for the court are largely set by the court moving forward, but no immediate impacts on the program.
Cool. And on page 85.106, the emerging risk, a funding risk is emerging in relation to budget, so that the contingency budget is now lower. Do we have a figure on that, or?
No, so we're not. No, so there's a lot of things that have been happening since the business case was approved. So, for example, there's new compliance standards around freshwater quality, and there's new seismic standards. Off the back of the research that's been happening since Kaikoura. So that that affects things like structures, designs. So there's all those. Vision Zero, for example, has come in. So we're looking to comply with all of those changing requirements, and so that's the kind of cost pressure that sits on a program like this. However, there's opportunities within the program. what we have been doing is through the designs, we've been looking at all the current construction pricing at a really sort of component level, costs of aggregate, costs of concrete, right, and building it up to retest the cost profiles we had in the original business case. Plus, we've been going through the assurance step of having all of our costings and methodologies and things tested by independent national experts. So we're going through a process, but ultimately the price is the price that the contractor tenders, and that's what's meant by this risk. So we're doing a lot of due diligence. It's tight, but there isn't a problem, but there is a risk, and that risk will only either be realised or removed at the point where the tender box opens, which will be later this year, around September.
Okay, thank you.
Around timing, and it sounds like March the 18th is going to be a big briefing day. There's a lot coming at us then. And I do note that that the opportunity to input into the structure plan is going to be ongoing. Well, as you've mentioned, several opportunities. But I'm just thinking more about the Environment Committee's ability to input and influence as well, because we will be, with our climate action plan, when that comes to the table, and our biodiversity strategy, etc., those principles and policies that we come up with and approved by council, they'll be directly influencing the Peacock structure plan. So I just want some reassurance that the timing is going to work, basically. Our first meeting is in March. And we meet quarterly. The next one will be however many months after that.
So from
June.
From a programming perspective, we'll assess that and make sure it works. We'll do that.
Even if it may not come to you till, let's say, June or July.
Does that works with the program?
Well, not to you, approved by council.
This is a provisional program that we had worked on prior to the formation of the Environment Committee, but my perspective is that anything that we do in Peacocks has to give effect to any other council strategies and work streams. So that's something.
That's more at the timing.
I think it's something that for me to note and to feedback into our program. And once we've got some more visibility and understanding the work priorities of the Environment Committee and what will come out of that committee, the way in which it can feed into it, then that's something we'll just have to monitor in terms of our ability to incorporate things that are relevant out of the work that you're going to be leading with the rest of that committee and how it flows into Peacock. But the environment issues and sustainability issues and in particular biodiversity issues are significant drivers influencing this project. So be reassured of that. But yes, I think it's just a monitoring and a watching exercise for us.
Some clarity on that. I hear what you're saying. It is one of those with the least frequency, but I think it has an as required clause. So, we would have to, if necessary, bring a forward focus on that, Margaret. Bring another meeting of the Environment Committee forward to have clarity about that if we need to. Great. So if we do need to,
offline about some improving that time.
Yeah, I just wanted that noted. Yep.
Yeah, sure.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, Sarah, you're back. You got a question? We've asked the ones about the structure plan, about, what was that one? Yeah. We don't need to do them again.
Mark kindly asked a question.
Mark asked one on your behalf too, yeah? Way ahead of you. Is there anything new?
No, I will go back and watch all of this. I won't risk repeating people's questions, but I appreciate Margaret's question there.
Yeah. Now, councillors, I'll move that the report be received as in paragraph 2, seconded by Maxine, because she looked at me nicely and Ewan wasn't looking at me. Is there any discussion? Sarah, thanks. Are you, you're down for, no, okay, good. If there's no discussion, I'll put to a show of hands. Those in favour, against, that's carried unanimously, thanks. I think it's best that we break for lunch now, come back at 25 past, knowing that some people will be a couple of minutes late. Does that work all right? Yep. Okay. except my machine won't turn on. Okay, got it.
Maybe it wasn't sure when you were coming back.
Could be true, or else you hacked into it.
I don't have that capability.
All right, National Transport Policy submissions. Robin's handling that. In the absence of Chris, it'll be a lot quicker with Robin than with Chris, I can tell you that. Okay, councillors, all of these, I'm pretty sure, have been sent out to you already, and a number of you had a discussion with that, and some other people have spoken to Chris as well about it. But Robin, do you want to perhaps we've got, what have we got, 7 there.
Can I?
If you do your intro, and then I'll get councillors to ask their questions if they've got them. Identify which particular submission and page number, if we can do it that way. But you start.
So I'm going to beg your forgiveness because I was only meant to be here supporting Chris, so I have sent him a text to get here in a hurry.
What did you say? What did it say? Where are you?
No. So just as a quick, off the top of my head, wrap up. Just before Christmas, government put out a large number of documents for feedback and review, and the various strategy orientated documents. A lot of this work is early prep work that's being done in advance of the government position statement. Here comes Chris. Government position statement, GPS, being developed currently, and that's due to be coming out for consultation in March, April this year. And that document basically sets up the government's direction for the next 3 years and provides the direction for regional councils, council, NZTA, as to how the funding is going to be spent on land transport. So that's where we get good direction as to their interest in walking and cycling, public transport, rail, coastal shipping, all of those different components. So though all those documents came out before Christmas, there was some draft submissions developed by Chris in his Christmas holidays, and then we had a councillor drop-in briefing session last month where we took those people who were in attendance through that process. I'll now hand over to Chris.
No, Chris doesn't get to say anything extra. He's late.
That's all I was going to say. Was good. So what I was going to say.
No, you weren't going to say anything. See, look how he tries to do it. No, shut up, Chris. I mean, seriously, let's go to questions. This is one where you've all had an opportunity to have a look at it, and if you've got questions, no problems. So I'll take questions now. Ewan, you go first. Don't ask Chris what were you about to say.
My question is to Chris. Could he provide some more detail?
No. That question's ruled out of order.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
It depends how long you want to be here.
Fair.
No, have you got a serious question?
It is a serious question.
No. Look, this is not where we're going to have elaborations on things. This is where you should prepare yourselves. You've had them all. You could have asked the staff. Staff could have been here on time. So, if there are no... sorry, I've got Rob. Rob's got a serious question.
One really serious question. And I just reflecting, if you go back to the 50s, between 1950 and 1980, rail transport in New Zealand was so inefficient that the government legislated to prevent road transport operators from carting goods over 50 k's. I can't find anything in these submissions that suggests that rail is going to be any more efficient, going forward. It seems to me that it's just a nice to have in the country, and we're going to spend millions and millions of dollars of taxpayers' money. Can we make some submission in respect to that, to saying, well, what has the government got in their GPS that is going to tell us that, there's a new beginning for rail and it's going to be it's going to be good going forward and it's going to work. Economically.
You're particularly talking about the operational side.
Well, operation and economically too. You know, if you have to tell road transport operators that they had to stop at Mary and change trucks or repackage their freight to get it from Auckland to Hamilton, you know, that's absolutely absurd.
Still about the 150k limit and things like that.
Yeah, you and I, Dave, are the only ones who remember that, I think. But
Hey, look, I think that's probably an opinion and that's valid. But I will say I think any major rail initiative will still need to go through a business case process. Like a lot of the changes that are happening here are just about the day-to-day maintenance of our rail network and catching up on some of the backlog of maintenance in our bridges and our rail tracks, etc. But the whole process is designed to prioritise that investment into the places of great need. And if you're looking at new services like Hamilton to Auckland, it still goes through a business case. But I think, you know, life has changed from 1950, you know, and today...
I'm sure it has.
You know, but the benefit, and part of this process is more work to be done by rail, and we heard that at our rail governance meeting yesterday in terms of measuring the benefits of rail in a for wellbeing outcome framework. Yep. You know, and that area you're talking about is a straight economic outcome, but I think the work will be winding in all the other environmental, social, cultural well-beings.
No, look, I understand all of that, but you know, to spend a huge amount of money even on maintaining something that may never ever get off the rail, on track. Should we be responsible in asking for that information now, rather than preparing all of this in anticipation that it might or might not work?
Rob, we will get another opportunity with the GPS, which will identify what areas they want the government to invest in, and that's coming up in, we're going to get it in May?
May, yeah.
Earlier, the draft earlier, to submit on that.
Okay,
which
so
will
this
have
isn't specifically...
the picture you're talking about, as opposed to these specific bills, which are just sort of enabling legislation, I think.
But all of these documents and bills are a forerunner to GPS that starts forming GPS. So it's a valid opinion, and I guess that's what this council's got to decide what position they want to take on that. So the submission in front of you is generally supportive of all the changes and the, my word, the re-emergence of rail.
Okay, thank you.
Sarah, thanks.
Thank you. The first thing was just in terms of the speed management.
Sorry, which I want people to identify which attachment and the page if they're
attachment 3. The Land Transport Legislation Amendment Bill, talking about the speed management stuff. Is that right?
Yep. You'd have a page.
That is page 141.
Yep.
Or attachment 3.
Yep. No, we got that, and the speed management section starts on 143.
Yep. There we are.
Or the background paper, anyway. Just so that other councillors can follow where people are up to.
All right, no worries. The question I just had for Robin was, this legislation forces changes to speeds around schools, and but at the moment, or is that?
So this is the first step in a bit of a process.
Yeah.
So this piece of legislation then enables work to be done through the rules process. So this is the first step.
Yep.
There will be some rules changes that need to come out, and those rules are where the speed limits outside schools, etc., will be set in process. The Tackling Unsafe Speeds action plan within Road to Zero strategy has a number of desired timelines and desired outcomes with regard to speed management, and that works in with those rules changes to then require us to get on and do that work.
And so do we need to wait until those rules are put in place to start, enacting, say, 30k zones outside of schools now?
Yes.
Right.
Well,
Yes.
can I clarify that? Because you informed me the other day that we had our own speed management plan in place, which enabled us to make changes in a number of areas, subject to the truncated process that follows. But we've been proposing 30k. I thought this was the highest these are setting the highest minimums, aren't we? We could be better than that, can we not?
So the current, it's not legislation, but the current rules that and processes that relate to speed limits outside schools say 40. So that process needs to still be worked through to get there.
But hang on.
We have through our...
Previously they said 50 and we did 40.
There's a process that requires NZTA approval for the speed limit, the variable speed limits past schools, and that currently has 40 in place. We have signalled through our speed management plan that we want 30. And we have been supportive through previous submissions, including, I guess, this submission, that's where we're wanting to go. Certainly our submission to Road to Zero was in support of that 30k. In the meantime, we are working through ensuring that the infrastructure that we've got out on site will enable us to do a quick changeover. So a lot of the signs that we put in, 10 odd years ago, were set up only to be able to do 40. So as we're doing renewals, we're getting them set up so that they have the ability to also display 30. So we are gearing ourselves up, and we will be ready for it when we are legally able to do it, but currently we can't.
Well, can we not apply to NZTA to do it as a pilot, which is how we first did the first group of 40Ks?
So Glenn Bunting, who is from the NZTA, has been in contact with me. He's certainly very keen to work with Hamilton City to be pilots, demonstration projects in around introducing those new limits and what's involved, because we are literally the only place in the country that have all of the schools covered currently and have such a high number of 40s, either variable on the more major roads where they switch to 40 before and after school, or via the fixed in our safer speed areas. So they're certainly keen to work with us, and I think that we can certainly be very early adopters of that change. And we, as I said, are working to make sure that we're ready to go as soon as we can.
Thanks, Sarah. Back to you. I was just trying to explore that particular detail.
I guess I'd be interested in whether we could get a report back on how we could potentially speed up this process.
I think that may need to go to Angela's committee rather than this committee.
Yes, so we're expecting, and we've already tabled on the schedule for the Infrastructure Operations Committee to be bringing some reports through on speed management, because, as I said, we are anticipating that the rules will be coming out very soon, and that Council will be wanting to put a submission in on that. So we have got that sort of tentatively programmed to tie that all together and to give councillors an update on where we're at with speed management as a whole.
Okay, and that will be in the next kind of week, couple of months? Or
yeah, that's probably
decided?
April is what I think is the next, so it's not this month, but April I think is the next meeting of the Infrastructure Ops.
Okay. My other question was just, it's really good to see, I guess, it's good to see that we've asked I'm going to submission to Arataki Attachment 6, page 165, I'm learning. It's good to see that we've highlighted that climate change should be a key focus, not kind of like a medium focus, because as a city...
Is there a question?
Yes.
Yeah.
So my question is, however, the projects that we're then highlighting for extra support for, I'm wondering if they really, I guess, support these comments that we're making around making climate change and mode shift a priority, because they seem to be, largely, I suppose, expressway projects and things rather than specific projects that would support that mode shift or reduction in emissions?
I'm just struggling with the question a little bit, like all of these submissions are not really about the projects we do. It will set up the framework in terms of what's important when project decisions are made in the future, and I see this as being across the whole spectrum of projects we do, not just big expressway projects. So I think all of these submissions are really just setting a good strategic policy position, and then hopefully that will flow into the GPS and the government policy statement on where they want to invest their money. Maybe something like climate change, I imagine, would be across a number of activities: large state highways, large local roads, local road maintenance, local road state highways. But the purpose of these is not really to get down to a project level.
Okay, that's fine.
Thanks. Mark, please.
Thank you. I just want to extend on serious questions I'll ask on behalf of you.
No, on behalf of yourself.
Yeah, okay. Just a small joke going on here. With regards the NZTA legislation amendment bill, are you still comfortable with the level of autonomy we will have to quickly change speed limits?
So, again, I've been working closely with Glenn Bunting and the Ministry of Transport around this, and that's certainly been my discussion with them. My understanding is that they are looking at what we have in place and how we are being able to be responsive, and are looking to try and replicate that throughout the country. So I'm comfortable at this stage that that is their intention.
Yep.
Certainly we will get a chance with the rules changes to ensure that the process that they're climbing into. So this really is the very early stage.
Yeah.
The detail is yet to come with those rules changes, and we're going to have a chance to submit on that.
Okay, no, that's cool. Thank you. And secondly, we've seen quite a bit of public feedback on the peri-urban roads. We saw Alan Sanson having.
Sorry, is that which submission?
Oh, so same submission. We've had quite a bit of feedback about the 100 to 80 speed changes potentially. What's the feedback been to this amendment locally? Have you noticed anything? Because we're seeing it a lot about the country roads, but.
Sorry, I don't quite understand the question.
We've seen quite a bit of public feedback about the speed limit changes in the outer roads, like in particular.
You've been talking about outside Hamilton.
Yes, and I'm just saying, is that reflected in town, or is it a little bit quieter in town?
So I guess for Hamilton City, we changed the majority of our hundreds. We've got one left, and that's coming up to the infrastructure operations in February.
Right.
We changed most of our roads to 80 quite some time ago. And to be fair for us, most of our roads that were 100 and we've took down to 80 are meandering rural roads that, in time we will pick up as part of our development and growth, and will be upgraded to 50k.
Yep.
So it's a kind of a staging plan around keeping it safe. We worked with Waikato District last year with regard to lowering the speed limit on K Road down to 60 k's an hour. And Councillor Dave and I presented to Waikato District last week, before, in support of further changes that they have for lowering speed limits, including an additional section of 60k for River Road. So I think, Waikato and certainly Waipa have done a large rollout of reducing some of these speed limits. It is about, I guess, picking the right roads to go through, and to gradually implement this. In some cases, it's about actually doing some investment in improving the standard of the roads, and there's been some good information recently about how the Cambridge to Tamahiri section is operating really well, and reflects the benefits, I guess, of that sort of level investment. But reality is that as a nation, we can't afford to get all roads up to that standard, so it's about choosing the right roads to do that sort of level of investment in. In other cases, it's doing investment, and it might be in walking and cycling and having lower speed limits to support that. So it's a case by case.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, cool.
Thanks. If there's no other questions, I'm going to...
Mr Chair, I do need to say one point, if you would let me.
Next time, be on time, please.
So what I was going to say was the only thing that all your feedback you've given us has been incorporated, with the exception of one point that I just wanted to check with you, and I want to make an amendment to it. So it's on page 158, and it's in relation to the submission to the rail plan. And it's paragraph 5.4, and we've highlighted it. So this wasn't discussed at the feedback. It's something I've added since, and I just wanted to check with you. And it's the notion of looking into the future at the Hamilton to Tauranga connections, and having a strategic look at both the rail and road options. The change I wanted is at the bottom there. Early consideration needs to be given to Kaimai tunnel options that would service both road and rail needs into the future. And reflecting on that, I would rather it said that early consideration needs to be given to Kaimai tunnel options for both road and rail needs into the future, because it reads as though it might be a combined tunnel, but I'm not sure that's the thing. So I just wanted council support for that notion to go into the submission, because we didn't talk about it.
I'm glad you raised that, because I, for one, am not sure. That's a whole new thing. We've discussed the rail being improved. In fact, that was discussed this morning, touched on, but not about necessarily the road. That's a whole new thing, which I think there'll be some differences of opinion around the council table. I imagine Councillor Gallagher would like a 4-lane tunnel through there for road, but I wouldn't. So there's the polar opposites, maybe.
So the notion I was trying to put on the table is, when we're looking at Hamilton to Tauranga, can we have a strategic look at the transport connections, both road and rail, into the future?
What about Kaimai tunnel options that service transport needs into the future?
Yep, that would work.
And then we don't have to have that particular debate right now.
Sure, absolutely. And that highlights the need for us to really to get our heads around that whole linkage. Because, for example, where we talk about, Kaimai crossing options, could very well be for road, improved road, deep cut, mini tunnel. There's whole ways of options there, which I think we could discuss, and obviously a broad approach. So I'll support Dave's point at this point, because I don't think we don't have the mandate to actually. But what is urgent, I think, is for this council is to really get into that H2T discussion, so that beyond Pairiri, we get a sensible understanding of what kind of we're looking for, and obviously it's a transport route, it's rail and road, and with sort of not adding to debate here, Mr. Chair, Comrade Chair, it is very important that we get we get our ducks lined up on this, because I don't think as a city yet we have some very clear, concise messages.
Thanks, Member for Pairiri. Mangai James.
Mr. Chair, I suppose the reason I've voiced to this is I'm mindful of the cultural significance of Kaimai, and also all of the, everyone's looking at Hamilton City Council and the decisions being made. And if I didn't say anything in this decision around proposing or supporting an option of a tunnel through Kaimai, that from a Māori perspective, I know the road itself had heaps of issues. So looking at putting a hole through Kaimai Kaiatu, which is the full narrative that sits with those ranges, I think, just from my perspective, the outlook of any decision around that, especially from Tauranga Moana and also Raukawa and a few other in that area of Kaukau Patatere, which is the Raukawa area, Hinerangi, I think that we might be creating some frustrations in that part. So I just thought I'd just put that view across. I get the concept and what we're looking for, efficiency and effectiveness in that transport corridor, but yeah, that tunnel's going to be pretty hard push, in my view.
I'm going to go back and move the staff recommendation. If I got a seconded by Ewan, and I'll just briefly say that a lot of work's gone to this, and really good discussions about everything except that one paragraph that Chris identified, and please don't throw little hand grenades like that in future. At least circulate them to us in advance. It would be handy, even if it was, I know this was 3 days ago, but pointed out to us like you have now would be handy, given that it's different from what we came up with before, which was very supportive of where you were going. Yes, I've spoken. I can't see your name on the list. Ewan, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Chair. Picking up on my learned colleague James's comment, I too, I wonder if the wording could reflect, while we're doing a broader scope, any cultural significance. It would just highlight the point James has raised in the chamber, that as we think, that we include that as part of our broader thinking. It's the very least, I think it would put more robustness about the process, maybe.
Yeah, okay, that's your speech, so we'll just, staff now will just have to take that on board. Yeah, we're not going to have a to and fro discussion about that because we're in debate. Martin?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this underscores that we need to have the micro discussion around what a link looks like. Obviously, there's a whole rail narrative, the double tracking, extra capacity. The existing Kaimai tunnel in terms of rail, is it fit for purpose of both passenger and goods? In terms of the road beyond Prairie, what is the 2+1, what is the safety stuff, because obviously we want to get to Tauranga for freight and passengers, we want people to come back alive, so there's a whole safety. But it seems to me when we talk about the Kaimai crossing, we should leave that suitably vague because there are, dare I say it, a number of ways to skin the cats, and of course it's got to take all the points that Mangai James mentioned. I don't personally see a tunnel coming anytime soon, but I do see an upgraded crossing somehow. But it just seems to me, Mr Chair, so we don't have to give poor Mr Allen lessons, lectures, whatever, that we need as an elected governance to just get our common understanding established. And obviously I recognise the good work you and Angela are now doing at Regional Land Transport Committee as well.
I think it's sufficiently not to second guess the result.
I don't get excited.
Which is the point that James is being warned about. So I'm going to rule that the motion's okay as it is with the submission, the changes as is. And I think if staff want to tweak the wording in that and any other area, that's fine because we are not debating the absolute exact words. Yeah. So that's my ruling on the submission and where we are in the debate. Is there anyone else that wants to just... Okay, if not, I'm going to put the resolution to show of hands. Those in favour? Against? That's carried unanimously. Thanks. Thanks, Robin and Chris, I think. We're up to, excuse me, the draft submission on urban development, which is Blair again. Yep, hi. On the urban development bill, I should say. Moved and seconded, so it's on the table. Blair, is there any brief points you want to make in support of it?
I just want to thank the councillors who provided some feedback, and in particular Councillor Sarah, who provided a lot of very helpful comments. And so those have been reflected in the submission, although I do note there was one comment that from Councillor Sarah that we didn't include, but they, I think, very helpful, and the revised submission was circulated on Tuesday, so happy to take any questions or clarification.
Okay, are there any? Sarah, did you have any, given that you've done some work on this?
Just one question in regards to my question around RMA and whether this basically might exempt Kāinga Ora from certain parts of the RMA, which then could put downwards I guess pressure on environmental or urban design issues. I didn't see that in the submissions. Was that something that was, unless I'm missing it, was that something that was considered?
I thought that we had addressed that, Councillor. Can I just come back to you on that?
Yeah.
Sorry?
We haven't got any other questions, Blair.
Okay, no. I might not be able to come back to you in the time frame.
Sarah's thinking that maybe it isn't because she can't
I'll have another look. I just
find the reference.
couldn't see the reference in there.
Just give us a sec, Sarah, and they're going to
Okay.
have a conflab there to check.
Where is it?
Sorry, remember Blair's taking this over from Stafford for the purpose of today's meeting.
Yes, is that the updated one? No, it's
I've got draft 3.
draft 3. Oh, thank you.
How you going there, Blair?
I've phoned a friend. Unfortunately, the staff member who did the detailed work is just not here today, so apologies, councillors.
With your permission,
Yeah, sure.
Mr Chair. Councillor Thompson, the bill as it's been drafted does make cross-reference to the principles of sustainable management contained in Part 2 of the RMA. So when a specified development project has been established, and if Kāinga Ora determines that it wants to do a change the planning controls there, it has to have give consideration in regard to those same matters that are contained in the Resource Management Act. And equally, while they're doing the work, there's explicit reference in there about taking into consideration the provisions of the New Zealand Urban Design Protocol. So the only other time that that's been referenced in statute, that explicit reference to urban design equality, was in the Housing Accords and Special Housing Areas Act, which has now been effectively repealed. So it's making explicit reference to urban design and urban design outcomes. Excuse me. So that is, from our perspective as staff, that's a hugely positive thing, because there's no other statute in New Zealand at the moment that makes those types of recommendations around urban design quality, and that's a huge remit within Kāinga Ora, that they're about building communities, and it's about quality urban development and getting very, very different types of outcomes. And all of our discussions with Kāinga Ora to date have been focused around exactly those types of outcomes and expectations from any specified development project. So those things are already in the bill itself.
Okay. The other question I had was just, I'd noted some concerns around the lack of protection for reserves, and what we've said is something along the lines of that if reserves are, I guess, taken by Kāinga Ora in the process of development, that they would replace them. But I just was wondering if that's the best thing to say, if it's better to say that actually reserves are protected, particularly ones with some kind, say if they have significant biodiversity value or something, because that can't really be replaced very easily.
So we're certainly happy, if you wish, if that's the mood of council, to strengthen that point, then we can strengthen it in that regard, councillor. So, I mean, obviously...
The problem we're in here is that we cannot draft a submission, anything more than the odd word here or there if it's wrong, in the meeting.
Yeah.
That's why we need to do this stuff beforehand, if at all possible. Like we've got with Ruakura West later, we have an amendment on the table so that people can see it.
What I can offer, councillor, is that given we are referring to that topic within our submission, when we have requested to speak to the submission, that could be addressed as a point of clarification or expansion at the actual select committee process as well. So that's one way to also address that.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Really, unless you've got an amendment
Yeah.
that you want to make, or that you've already got staff to word up for you, it's almost impossible at this point to get into that sort of detailed discussion. But Blair's offered the pathway there.
Yes,
do you think that'll work?
I'm happy with that and noted for future meetings. Yeah, lesson learned there. Thank you.
Thanks.
And I think I appreciate this has been a very tight turnaround, this particular bill. The timeframes have been unhelpful for all of us. A number of bills in a very short timeframe. So I do appreciate and acknowledge you've worked with us councillors to give feedback in a very tight timeframe.
Yeah, and thank you for including
Sarah.
some of that feedback. That was appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks. Ewan, thanks.
We're debating, right?
We're about to. I'm checking there's no more questions.
No, okay, so
So it's been moved by Mark and seconded by Jeff, was it? So I've got to give them the opportunity to speak first, but since they don't want to, I'll come to you.
Look, Mr Chair, my only comment is in my 13 years in local government, I haven't seen such a detailed reply from another elected member in terms of the analysis. And I don't know how many days she must have spent doing it, but I was comforted that actually one of us had the expertise and the time. And went through it with great analytic skills and constructed some really positive thoughts. So I'm taking my opportunity to say I support it going through, but I also acknowledge the huge work that one of our colleagues did in actually responding to this. So thank you, Sarah.
Okay. Mark, your right of reply to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was the best speech you've made for ages. Okay, I'm putting that to show of hands. Those in favour? Against? That's carried. Thanks unanimously. Thanks very much, everyone.
You. And can I just acknowledge Stafford Hodson, who did a lot of work on this in a very short time frame and really showed the initiative. He's not here today, but he...
That's why he needs a holiday.
Perhaps he is, but he's been fantastic. So
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, councillors, we're going on to the Development Contributions Remissions Quarterly Report, and Jen's going to explain how the different, or maybe Greg is... Greg, our DC's expert who goes to all the DC's conferences, is going to explain how there's two different aspects really of what we do, but there are remissions that staff have delegated authority for, and then others that come for decision here. These are ones that staff have delegated authority for, so they're our information. Greg, do you want to take it from there?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Chairman Dave. Just to introduce Ashwini Pillai. She's Acting Development Contributions Program Manager, so she's supporting me up here today. I think first time, DC's first time in front of the council here, so I thought, don't want to tell people what they already know, but just very quickly, so a DC is a levy on new development to recover costs of growth infrastructure. And it's predicated on what's called demand for council services, and this is, the amount of water, wastewater, then the demand that you place on council's roads. And the Local Government Act directs councils and its DC policy to do calculations and research and have average demands for different types of development. So residential, commercial, retail. And in general, those are applied to those types of development irrespective of the particular characteristics in order to make it workable. However, there is a provision for remissions in the Local Government Act. In fact, it says you need a policy on remissions, which could be we don't give them. But this council does provide for remissions, and there are basically exceptions of scale where there's a significantly different demand which is of scale and provable, and then the council will consider a remission on that basis. Second category is a CBD remission, which is a strategic decision by council in its policy to provide a 66% remission for developments located in the CBD. In this report, we have 7 remissions, 3 of them are CBD remissions, and the balance are actual demand remissions. A CBD remission is automatic, so through the policy there is, it's mandated immediate 66% reduction, and so that's just applied and advised. And then in the other case, there's a staff delegation which goes up to, it has a few steps, Jen up to Richard for $1.5 million. Everything else would come to the council for a resolution to approve a remission. So that's the background. Hope that wasn't too long and boring. Undoubtedly somewhat boring.
Getting me interested.
So yeah, I'll just take questions on the paper.
Yep, thanks. Thanks for that, Greg. It was a better explanation than we had last council.
But that was me as well.
Okay, any questions, councillors, of either the Greg's intro or of the specific items? Ewan, thanks.
The staff, thank you for the report. I just want an understanding as to what uptake have we had in the CBD since this remission policy has been in play. I'm trying to quantify how successful this has been, and it would help me understand that success.
Sure. I did a piece on this in some detail, which I'm happy to forward to you or anyone else which goes through this, but the short summary is that the development in the CBD, and in particular residential, has increased markedly since the introduction of the CBD remission, and likewise there's been, what you would say is at least a good correlation between the introduction of the CBD and other development there. So, as I've always said, there are too many factors to say, for sure that A causes B. But I think when we looked into the research, that it was pretty clear that the CBD remission was, it was like contributing to the revitalisation and was encouraging development, I would say.
Thank you.
From CBD-based developers that have clearly made the point to have said in black and white, that's why we developed, and that's why I did this type of development, that sort of thing. Cool. That's anecdotal for sure, but it certainly was their opinion.
Yep, excellent.
Maxine, thanks.
It seems from your answer, thanks for that, that it's a really successful way to pump that area and to reignite the kinds of development that is helpful to get the local economy going in that area. How do you see that we might be able to use that same kind of strategy in other identified nodes around the rest of the city to duplicate that?
You're going into an area with probably economic development, other ones might handle it. This is the discussion.
Kia ora.
Not of our sort of general policy for boosting any particular area, not even the CBD. It's just that happens to be the only one we've got at the moment. I'm just wondering where a better home for that would be. A discussion on whether it could be used elsewhere, including how it's worked in the CBD with the report that you did before, Greg. Jen?
It's an economic development.
Economic. Could we... I just think that's better and better prepared rather than on the cut hoof at the moment.
Thanks, Dave.
If that's all right. But if we can put that on... Who's the GM for the... good, we've got the right one in the room. Could you put that on the list for discussion with you and Ryan and Ewan?
Certainly.
And yeah, because I think it's not the first time it's been raised. Thanks. Sorry but I think that's better to prepare for that, because that'll also have impacts potentially if there are changes on the LTP and things like that. Are there any other questions about the remissions that have been provided or how the policy this policy works? If not, I'll put the recommendation there on page 2 that we receive the report. It's not something we make decisions on other than that. Seconded by Ryan. Any discussion on that? If not, show of hands. Those in favour? Against? That's carried unanimously. Thanks. Thanks very much. Okay, the draft schedule of reports, which is attached there on page 206 by my reckoning. Rebecca, are you talking to that or?
I'm certainly happy to, Chair Dave. So, good afternoon, elected members, everyone. Much like other committees, this is literally a draft schedule of reports that sets out a broad overview of what we expect to be coming forward in the year. As we have pointed out at other committees and at Council, it is very much a living document and things may change, but it does give an idea of what is planned. Governance have this morning updated or uploaded to Diligent under the Government's Document section of Diligent some of the schedule of reports which have been agreed to, and we will update that as they are signed off at each committee. So that's where you will be able to find them. They will be updated as and when required from there. Is there anything else you'd like me to add?
Thanks. Martin, question.
Just a couple of questions. It's probably not a report, but the report back with regard to our interface with Waipa and Waikato in terms of our future long-term, medium-term sort of boundary kind of spatial issues, which is the city boundaries versus the metro, which is a separate.
It's a good point, and it probably would be in either the green or brown section, maybe the I don't know what you want to call it, Blair can work out a name.
Strategic regional
with Waikato is
collaboration.
one, and the arrangements with Waipa is another.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously,
I was just going to say, it's covered in there in the green under the General Manager's report under Strategic Regional Collaboration.
Okay, could we split it into Waipa and Waikato, I think,
Yeah.
because they're completely different discussions.
yeah. I
going
mean, I
on.
think via the GM and the Chair's report, we get things like relevant reporting back from, Regional Land Transport Committee, the Connections Committee, those kind of things which are the day-to-day business type strategic committees. But this one is a sort of high interest because obviously the city has some clear long-term goals and policy, and we're obviously talking about the immediate H2, HT, R2, D2 stuff. So, yeah, just so we could have it tagged in there, so there's won't necessarily be a monthly.
And councillors, I'm happy with that, and I acknowledge that I was out of the room in the Peacocks item where this theme came up, and so I would certainly see that off the back of our quarterly governance group meetings, which we now have established for both Waikato and Waipa, we'll be regularly reporting those through the GM's report under that topic, and if there's anything substantive, we'll actually have a more substantive report as required.
So, okay, if you could just liaise with governments about the best
I-
times to put them
And,
in.
I mean, obviously, and there's other things, Waikato plan, the regional stuff. The other thing too, and I mentioned before, and I'm just trying to tease out, there's been two significant issues raised today. One was Deputy Mayor talking about potential district plan review. I would say infill issues at this point, because there's a number of tools around that. And then even where might, once we get our thought processes around the HAT or H2T issues, which we've discussed, where might those two things land? Because I suspect both of those issues are going to be significant bits of work streams
I think,
potentially.
Martin, when we
Yeah.
have that workshop where we can
Right.
bring all of those up, one of the things we do is a timeline for that
Okay.
stuff coming back, which then feeds into governance, putting in a
And
colour.
additional
Yeah.
stuff. Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah. Are there other questions or things that we should add in like that? That was good stuff. If not, I mean, every meeting, we can raise that. If someone wants to raise something out of sequence or something like that, I can put in the Chair's report a reference so we can have a discussion if we need to, to change a date or add a date or something like that. Sorry, Maxine.
Yeah, I think the raised in the finance meeting was a master plan so that we could see where all of the report backs fit to, so that we've got a really clear idea. Is there the opportunity to be able to merge them together into one, or is it still better to leave them as?
For sure. And as I say, what we've uploaded to Diligent is the schedule of reports for each committee, so that will give you a broad overview of what's coming where.
Though there was the second piece is what Maxine's do, some consolidation, not just in the same place, but on the same thing that you can see, perhaps.
For sure. We can do some work around that.
See what they. It may look extremely large, may frighten you, but you can have a talk with that, and we can let us know how that's going.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thanks. If there's nothing else, excuse me, I'll move the staff recommendation, seconded by Maxine. Any discussion? If not, those in favour, against, that's carried. Councillors, where the resolution to exclude the public for the single item in the public excluded agenda. So I'll move all those bits and pieces there. Seconded by Jeff. Those in favour raise their hands. Those against, that's carried unanimously. Thanks.